By 3500 BC, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates had begun to hum with purpose. Along slow rivers that carved the plains of southern Mesopotamia, clusters of mud brick villages were transforming into cities: Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, each rising like an idea made visible. Farmers, no longer bound to subsistence, built canals that snaked through the fields, turning floodwater into order. Clay tablets recorded grain and labor. Seals marked property and promise. Across the desert and far to the west, along the steady pulse of the Nile, another civilization took shape. Egypt's floodplain, narrow and predictable, nurtured a unity that Mesopotamia's divided rivers never knew. By 3100 BC, the first pharaohs had consolidated rule from Delta to Nubia, binding faith, state, and cosmos into a single image of permanence. Together, these twin cradles of civilization define the pattern of human complexity, the interplay of water and power, writing and ritual, invention and empire. Archaeology reads their remains as a dialogue between chaos and control, between the fragility of clay and the endurance of stone. Their story is the record of how humanity learned to measure time, command nature, and inscribe memory upon the earth. It is, in every sense, the first written chapter of civilization itself. Continue as we examine how river, ritual, and record shaped the world's first organized societies, Mesopotamia and Egypt, between 3500 and 1200 BC. By 6000 BC, the climate of the Near East had stabilized after millennia of unpredictable shifts that followed the retreat of the last ice age. The Younger Dryas had long passed, and the rhythm of seasons became predictable enough for human settlement to anchor itself along the rich alluvial plains of Mesopotamia. Excavations at Jarmo, Tel Es-Sorwan, and Hashuna reveal circular mud dwellings that evolved into rectangular homes, an architectural language of permanence replacing tents and huts. With domesticated wheat and barley, herds of goats, and the earliest use of irrigation ditches, these communities began to shift from subsistence to surplus. The earth itself dictated the pattern. The Euphrates and Tigris would flood unpredictably, forcing humans to anticipate nature's will. In this tension between dependence and control, the idea of civilization gestated. Archaeobotanical samples from Hashuna layers show early experimentation with hybrid cereals, a deliberate act of genetic selection that predates written record but implies an advanced understanding of plant behavior. Stone sickles with silica gloss suggest repetitive harvesting, an early sign of industrial rhythm. Meanwhile, in the Zagros foothills, clay tokens served as counters for stored grain and livestock, the embryo of accounting. Anthropologists interpret these artifacts as the materialization of trust, a way to quantify memory and agreement in a growing community. With every notch or impression, abstract thought edged closer to bureaucracy. By 5500 BC, Tel Halaf and Samarra cultures demonstrated increasing social coordination. Painted ceramics, found in household assemblages, reflect not mere aesthetic instinct, but shared identity. Uniform motifs of spirals and eyes suggest a standardized symbolic order. Stratigraphic data from Samarra sites document planned irrigation canals, with silt deposition indicating human redirection of river channels. The management of water demanded leadership, negotiation, and a calendar of labor. In those seasonal assemblies beside the fields, early governance was born. Archaeological patterns of differential burial goods, shell beads, copper ornaments, imply emerging hierarchy, a distinction between those who commanded and those who labored. The rhythm of daily life now pulsed with administrative cadence. Storage pits replaced simple granaries, plastered floors indicated shared public spaces. Residue analysis from pottery at Tel Abada points to the brewing of fermented grain drinks, possibly for communal rituals tied to agricultural cycles. The act of drinking together, archaeologists suggest, reinforced collective memory and social hierarchy simultaneously, an early ritual of power disguised as celebration. Meanwhile, climatic evidence drawn from Lake Kors in northern Mesopotamia shows gradual aridification, pressing communities to rely even more on engineered irrigation. Environmental stress became a catalyst for cooperation. Survival depended on measured collaboration rather than instinct. By 5000 BC, the Ubaid culture emerged, stretching from southern Mesopotamia to the northern plains. Excavations at Eridu, often cited as the earliest true city, reveal a sequence of temple constructions built atop one another, from modest reed shrines to multi-room mud brick platforms. Radiocarbon dating of the lowest layers places its foundation around 5400 BC. Each reconstruction layered new authority upon old, a literal accumulation of institutional memory. The temple stood as both granary and sanctuary, mediating between the sacred and the administrative. Within its walls, offerings of fish, barley, and clay figurines suggest a system of reciprocity between deity and community, the earliest fusion of economy and faith. The Ubaid horizon also marks the first evidence of long-distance trade. Obsidian from Anatolia and shells from the Persian Gulf appear in southern assemblages carried across hundreds of kilometers. These exchanges required not only transport but mutual recognition of value. Anthropologists infer the existence of proto-merchants and systems of equivalence, the conceptual ancestors of currency. Metallurgical traces from sites near Teep Gora show the earliest smelting of copper ore into beads and tools, a technological shift that would later define the Bronze Age. The ability to transform stone into metal represented a psychological threshold as much as a technical one, humanity learning to transmute nature through controlled fire. The geography of the Fertile Crescent dictated both its unity and its division. The alluvial plain between the rivers encouraged irrigation and central management, while its open frontiers invited migration and conflict. Nomadic herders from the steppes interacted with settled farmers, exchanging goods and ideas. The archaeological record at Tel Auli indicates mixed economies, agriculture supplemented by trade in bitumen and textiles. With such complexity came tension, evidence of fortified walls and burned layers at some Ubaid settlements implies episodic violence. Yet the continuity of temple reconstruction and uninterrupted pottery sequences reveal that these were not collapses, but recalibrations, social experiments, adjusting to ecological and human pressure. By the end of the 5th millennium BC, Eridu and Uruk had become centers of gravity in southern Mesopotamia. The archaeological sequence shows increasingly large public buildings, standardized pottery mass-produced by fast wheels, and administrative artifacts such as beveldrim bowls used for ration distribution. The visual landscape of civilization was emerging. Rectangular architecture aligned along planned axes, courtyards where scribes would later sit, and storerooms where goods were measured in bushels and jars. The city was still an idea rather than a polity, but its blueprint already existed in clay and labor. At dusk, the sound of water sluices and the rhythm of tools against earth echoed across the delta. The light of oil lamps flickered in the thresholds of temples under construction. The transition from settlement to city was nearly complete, a slow revolution of habit rather than conquest. Humanity has learned to manage both its hunger and its imagination. By 4800 BC, the landscape of Mesopotamia was already a tapestry of engineered ecology. Canals and levees extended like veins across the plain, drawing life from the unpredictable rivers. Excavations at Choga Mami and Tel Esorwan reveal irrigation systems laid with geometric precision, their channels guided by wooden stakes and lined with reed mats. Sediment analysis shows alternating layers of silt and sand, evidence of deliberate dredging and maintenance. These early hydraulic experiments transformed subsistence agriculture into scheduled production, marking the threshold between nature's rhythm and human management. With this mastery came a new spatial order. Fields were surveyed, ownership recorded, and yield predicted. The organization of land became the measure of civilization itself. Administrative architecture emerged to match this complexity. At Eridu and Tel Uqir, Archaeologists identify proto-temples equipped with storage bins, accounting spaces, and communal courtyards. Clay accounting tokens, spheres, cones, and discs catalogued grain and livestock with symbolic efficiency. Over time, these were enclosed in clay envelopes or bulli, impressed with seals to ensure authenticity. When opened, they served as legal evidence of the transaction. Each seal bore unique iconography, animals, geometric motifs, or human figures, functioning as both signature and identity. These modest artifacts, when compared across sites, reveal an expanding network of trust that transcended family and tribe. The material bureaucracy of civilization was already in motion centuries before the first written word. The archaeological record indicates increasing specialization of labor. Skeletal studies from Ubaid cemeteries show repetitive strain in specific bone groups, suggesting professional artisanship. Potters, builders, and farmers, each performing defined roles. The wheel, still a potter's tool at this stage, revolutionized ceramic production. Petrographic analysis of pottery shards reveals uniform composition, implying centralized kilns supplying wide regions. This level of standardization speaks to administrative oversight and economic interdependence. Trade routes traced through obsidian and chlorite artifacts connect southern Mesopotamia to the Taurus Mountains and the Iranian Plateau. The exchange of materials fostered not only wealth, but cosmology. Distant lands became part of a conceptual world system. By 4500 BC, climatic fluctuations altered settlement patterns. Pollen cores extracted from the hammer marshes show a decline in forest species and rise in steppe vegetation, indicating increased aridity. Communities adapted by expanding irrigation southward, leading to denser populations along the lower Euphrates. The shift from small villages to proto-urban clusters required social innovation. Archaeological evidence at Auli and Ur shows planned layouts, streets, and delineated neighborhoods. This spatial hierarchy mirrored emerging social stratification. Elites occupied central precincts near temples, while peripheral zones housed laborers and artisans. The built environment became a mirror of ideology, order imposed upon chaos, geometry as theology. Meanwhile, to the west, in the Nile Valley, similar processes unfolded under different constraints. The Nile's annual flood provided reliability unknown to Mesopotamia. Excavations at Merimda, Beni Salama, and El Omri reveal settled communities thriving on the floodplain's predictable fertility. Here, irrigation required less engineering, but more observation, the invention of seasonal calendars synchronized to celestial cycles. Carbon-dated remains of wheat and emmer indicate continuous cultivation supported by collective labor. Clay figurines and early burial customs point to emerging spiritual systems tied to fertility and renewal. While Mesopotamian settlers fought uncertainty through control, Egyptians embraced stability through repetition. Two models of civilization were taking shape, one administrative, one ritual, each born from its river's temperament. In both regions, metallurgy advanced in parallel. Copper smelting hearths at Tepe Gora and Fayum's Karanis lay attest to early pyrotechnology. The control of fire required not only technical understanding, but also social coordination, mining, transport, and trade across hundreds of kilometers. Metallurgy unified distant economies, creating dependency networks that prefigured empires. The earliest metal tools, chisels, awls, and ornamental pins signified status, not yet utility. The aesthetic preceded the industrial. Anthropologists interpret this as evidence of symbolic thinking. Metal embodied transformation itself, a sacred alchemy between human ingenuity and Earth's potential. By 4200 BC, evidence suggests increased interregional communication. The diffusion of Ubaid-style ceramics into the Gulf and Iranian littoral demonstrates both trade and cultural influence. Maritime archaeology along Bahrain and Kuwait coastlines has revealed boat remains, reed-built and bitumen-sealed, capable of open-water travel. These vessels carried more than goods, they carried systems of thought. Iconography on imported pottery from the Arabian Peninsula mirrors southern Mesopotamian motifs, serpents, birds, and solar patterns, symbolic vocabulary spreading faster than writing. Civilization, before it was recorded, was already transmitting itself through art and architecture. The growing dependence on irrigation carried hidden consequences. Soil salinization, evidenced by increased sodium levels in ancient strata near Nippur, reduced crop yield over successive centuries. Communities responded by shifting from wheat to more salt-tolerant barley. This agricultural adaptation, recorded indirectly through botanical remains, represents one of humanity's earliest examples of environmental feedback, the dialogue between ecological stress and technological response. The system endured, but at the cost of permanent vigilance. Each harvest was a negotiation between resilience and exhaustion. At dusk, as fields darkened and water receded into the canals, villages gathered around temple courtyards. Offerings of grain and fish were placed before clay figurines. Music from reed flutes echoed across the floodplain. Beneath this ritual calm, the architecture of civilization was consolidating, labor coordinated by calendar, faith intertwined with record. Humanity was no longer only adapting to nature, it was rehearsing for history. By 4000 BC, the transformation from dispersed agricultural villages to structured settlements was nearly irreversible. The archaeological horizon known as the Late Ubaid period marks the final stage before the birth of cities. Excavations at sites such as Tel al-Ubaid, Eridu, and Ur show complex building plans with tripartite temples, storage facilities, and designated administrative quarters. Radiocarbon data from Eridu's Temple VI layer align with this era, suggesting continual reconstruction over centuries, an institutional rhythm of rebuilding that symbolized permanence through renewal. The temple no longer served merely as a shrine, but as the nucleus of authority, redistributing goods, mediating disputes, and orchestrating labor. Each brick bore the imprint of governance, each foundation trench, the memory of community. Economic sophistication paralleled architectural ambition. Bevel-rim bowls, mass-produced, uniform vessels, appear in enormous quantities at late Ubaid sites. Residue analysis indicates they contained grain or beer, likely used for rationing laborers. Their ubiquity across settlements implies standardized wages and an emerging command economy. Stratigraphic context links these bowls to temple precincts, suggesting central provisioning as the mechanism through which order was maintained. Archaeologists interpret them as silent witnesses to one of humanity's earliest bureaucratic systems, an economy of measurement replacing barter. Numbers, though unwritten, had begun to govern behavior. Meanwhile, social hierarchy became increasingly formalized. Burial sites at Ur and Tel Abada display sharp contrasts in grave goods, from plain interments to elaborate assemblages containing painted ceramics, copper tools, and ornamental stones. Skeletal analysis reveals dietary differences, with elites consuming more protein-rich foods. These material inequalities correspond with architectural ones: elite residences within temple complexes, common dwellings beyond their walls. The physical city began to mirror the conceptual hierarchy of its inhabitants. Stratification, once implicit, became structural. By 3800 BC, environmental change exerted further pressure. Core samples from the Persian Gulf coastline indicate a gradual regression of the shoreline, exposing fertile land for colonization. Settlers migrated southward, establishing new communities along the emerging delta. Among them, one site, Uruk, grew with unusual rapidity. Its earliest levels reveal dense architecture, communal courtyards, and administrative storage rooms filled with clay tokens and ceilings. This stratified urban pattern, distinct from earlier Ubaid villages, suggests central planning and organized authority. The shift from temple town to proto-city was not an event, but an accumulation, centuries of incremental decision-making that collectively redefined human existence. Parallel developments occurred in the Nile Valley. Around 4000 BC, in the region archaeologists call Nakada, small chiefdoms began to consolidate power along the riverbanks. Sites such as Hierakonpolis and Nakada display planned cemeteries and evidence of craft specialization, including ivory carving and stone vessel production. Radiocarbon dating of these contexts aligns them closely with Mesopotamia's late Ubaid. Although separated by deserts, both regions experienced the same underlying process: ecological stability fostering administrative complexity. The Nile's predictability allowed for early experimentation in monumental expression. Excavations at Hierakonpolis reveal ceremonial centers with painted walls depicting processions and ritual combat, imagery that prefigured later pharaonic ideology. Civilization was converging toward form, even before contact between the two regions. In Mesopotamia, technological innovations accelerated transformation. The introduction of the true potter's wheel increased output and uniformity, while the first copper tools extended human precision beyond stone. Metallurgical debris from Teep Gora's level XIII includes slag fragments and crucibles, proof of controlled smelting processes. This technological ecosystem, wheel, kiln, and furnace, allowed humans to manipulate matter systematically. Anthropologists often refer to this period as the first industrial threshold, the moment when production outpaced immediate need. Surplus became the engine of hierarchy, and craft became a measure of identity. Communication, too, was evolving. The proliferation of seals, cylinder, and stamp indicates not merely property control but narrative expression. Impressions depicting processions, offerings, and ritual animals served as visual documents of authority. These images circulated across space and time, binding people to institutions. Scholars interpret them as precursors to writing, each symbol an abstraction of speech into mark. By 3600 BC, at Uruk's earliest levels, these images had expanded into proto-pictographs, clay tablets recording commodities, quantities, and recipients. Stratigraphic sequencing confirms that accounting preceded language. Civilization first learned to count before it learned to write. This transition, though technical, was also psychological. The abstraction of reality into symbols redefined memory itself. No longer did knowledge rely solely on elders or priests. It could now reside in clay. The tablet became a new organ of human cognition, external, durable, impartial. The invention of record-keeping was thus less a mechanical achievement than a metaphysical one, the delegation of thought to matter. In the quiet rooms of Uruk, under lamplight, the first scribes pressed reed styluses into wet clay, unaware that they were inscribing not just numbers, but the future architecture of consciousness. By the close of the 4th millennium BC, the Fertile Crescent had become a network of towns linked by trade, ideology, and water. Mesopotamia's unpredictable rivers had produced a civilization obsessed with order. Egypt's predictable river would soon produce one obsessed with eternity. The stage was set for urbanism, kingship, and written history. The ancient world was ready to speak. By 3500 BC, the ancient Near East had reached the edge of a transformation so profound that later historians would mark it as the boundary between prehistory and civilization. Archaeological layers at Uruk, Eridu, and Nipur show a sudden intensification of urban scale, monumental temples, planned streets, and dense residential quarters organized around central precincts. This was the Uruk expansion, a phenomenon extending Mesopotamian influence far beyond its heartland. Excavations at Habuba Kabira on the Euphrates and at Susa in Elam reveal colonies bearing identical pottery styles and administrative tablets to those found in southern Mesopotamia. The diffusion was not conquest, but replication. The urban blueprint of Uruk exported as a model of efficiency and belief. Civilization, for the first time, had a recognizable architecture. The social order sustaining it was equally structured. Within temple compounds, specialized laborers, potters, weavers, metalworkers, and scribes performed under central supervision. Administrative tablets from Uruk's Ina district, dated by stratigraphy to the late Uruk period, list grain allocations, livestock tallies, and workforce rotations. These records, though limited in vocabulary, represent the earliest bureaucracy in human history. Each tablet formalized obligation, transforming human relationships into quantified exchange. Archaeologists studying their uniformity observe a rhythm of governance, measurement as morality, accuracy as faith. The temple was no longer a sacred house alone. It had become the economic heart of a city that merged divine purpose with administrative control. Environmental evidence underscores why this consolidation occurred. Core samples from the lower Tigris Plain show intensified flooding episodes around this period, likely the result of shifting river courses. In response, human communities concentrated labor in embankments, irrigation networks, and granary systems to stabilize food supply. The effort demanded coordination across large populations. Stratified storage facilities, unearthed beneath Uruk's monumental precincts, could hold thousands of liters of grain, enough to feed armies of workers. The logistics of feeding, housing, and directing such numbers elevated administrative expertise to the level of power itself. Civilization had discovered its first indispensable profession, the scribe administrator. The material world reflected this new mentality. Brickmaking became standardized, with uniform dimensions facilitating large-scale construction. Bitumen waterproofing lined canal walls and temple foundations, while copper tools allowed for tighter joins and finer finishes. Archaeometallurgical analysis of slag fragments from and Uruk confirms regional specialization, smelting centers upstream, fabrication centers within cities. Trade in tin and copper connected Mesopotamia to Anatolia and the Iranian plateau, forming the metallurgical arteries of the early Bronze Age. Each shipment of ore was accompanied by tokens, seals, and the emerging convention of signed tablets, the rudiments of contract law. Civilization was beginning to legislate its own complexity. Across the desert, the same millennium saw Egypt entering its Naqada II phase, a period of escalating social hierarchy and artistic expression. Excavations at Hierakonpolis reveal administrative buildings, specialized craft workshops, and cemeteries arranged by status. The earliest known painted tombs show scenes of processions and warfare, implying organized polity. Radiocarbon dates place these developments contemporaneous with Uruk's rise. Though separated by geography, both cultures converged on similar solutions to the challenges of scale: central authority, symbolic architecture, and written record. Clay in Mesopotamia, stone in Egypt, two mediums for one impulse, to preserve order against time. In Mesopotamia, the evolution of writing accelerated rapidly. Proto-cuneiform tablets from the Ina complex display hundreds of distinct signs, most representing commodities and numbers. Stylus marks became linear wedges as scribes sought speed and precision. Philological analysis of sign sequences shows syntax emerging, the first shadows of grammar. This transition from logogram to sentence marks the intellectual birth of history, the capacity to narrate, not merely to count. Scholars estimate that by 3300 BC, over 1,000 scribes operated within Uruk's institutions, maintaining records for temples and merchants alike. Writing has become both a tool and an authority. The clay tablet replaced memory, the seal replaced oath. The consequences were irreversible. Written language fixed hierarchy, stabilized taxation, and extended control beyond the lifespan of rulers. It also created the first archives, repositories of information immune to death. Excavations of tablet caches buried beneath temple floors reveal continuity across generations. Records of grain deliveries, legal disputes, and offerings preserved in situ. These were the administrative ancestors of libraries, silent witnesses to humanity's first bureaucracy. The abstraction of experience into text transformed society's relationship to time. The present could now converse with the past, and the past could instruct the future. By 3200 BC, the city of Uruk exceeded 100 hectares, housing perhaps 40,000 inhabitants, unprecedented concentration in human history. The skyline bristled with ziggurats, courtyards, and granaries. Streets were lined with workshops. Markets bustled with traders speaking dialects from distant regions. The fusion of labor, writing, and water management had produced an organism greater than its parts, a city whose identity was administrative continuity itself. Archaeologists describe this as the urban revolution, but its essence was quieter, a gradual alignment of human intention with environmental necessity. Civilization emerged not through conquest, but through coordination. As the third millennium approached, this synthesis of ecology, economy, and ideology reached maturity. The groundwork had been laid for dynastic rule, codified law, and monumental architecture. The rivers had become roads of exchange, the temples engines of calculation, and the tablets vessels of permanence. The Fertile Crescent had awakened, and the rhythm of recorded time had begun to pulse. The next chapter will trace how these urban seeds evolved into the first true states, kingdoms bound by divine kingship and military order, as the age of cities gave birth to the age of kings. By 3500 BC, the settlement of Uruk in southern Mesopotamia had become a landscape of deliberate geometry, mud-brick walls enclosing temples, granaries, and courtyards, whose alignments mirrored the courses of its irrigation canals. Excavations of the Ina district reveal a scale and sophistication unknown in earlier periods. Temples adorned with limestone mosaics, courtyards paved with bitumen, and a stratigraphic sequence showing continuous expansion over centuries. This was no longer a village clustered around a shrine. It was a managed organism, its arteries the waterways, and its heartbeat the rhythm of record-keeping. Uruk was becoming the prototype of the city, the world's first sustained experiment in organized complexity. The city's growth was driven by irrigation's success and by the administrative mentality that irrigation demanded. Clay tablets from the earliest levels show a narrow lexicon, measurements of grain, labor, and livestock, but behind these symbols lay a profound conceptual leap, the abstraction of daily life into data. Radiocarbon analysis of these tablets, combined with the stratigraphic evidence of kiln ash and reed mat flooring, confirms their association with the late Ubaid, early Uruk transition. This was the dawn of literacy, not as literature, but as logistics. Writing's first task was not to tell stories, but to manage resources. Each mark pressed into clay was a command, a ledger entry, a transaction between human effort and divine order. The temple at Ina served as the nucleus of this system. Architectural surveys indicate successive rebuildings, each larger than the last, culminating in monumental terraces that anticipated later ziggurats. The distribution of artifacts, beveled rim bowls, ration tablets, ceilings, suggests that the temple coordinated a workforce extending beyond its precinct. Clay impressions of door locks and storeroom seals testify to controlled access, an early form of institutional security. In this administrative labyrinth, economic redistribution acquired theological sanction. Laborers served the temple, and the temple served the gods. This symbiosis between belief and bureaucracy allowed Uruk to harness collective energy on an unprecedented scale. Archaeological evidence from surrounding settlements indicates the gravitational pull of the city. Smaller towns such as Jemdet Nasser and Nipwa adopted Uruk's pottery styles and administrative practices. This diffusion, known as the Uruk expansion, stretched into northern Mesopotamia, Syria, and western Iran. At Abuba Kabira, a walled colony on the Euphrates, German excavations uncovered architecture nearly identical to Uruk's, including the same beveled rim bowls and ration tablets. These findings imply a deliberate network of trade outposts and administrative replicas, projecting southern Mesopotamian influence across 1,000 kilometers. The city had become both a physical center and cultural template, a reproducible model of governance and commerce. Economic archaeology reveals the depth of that network. Analysis of imported materials, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from Oman, cedar from Lebanon, points to trade routes maintained with precision. Each route required diplomatic stability, record-keeping, and the conceptual framework of equivalence. The city's scribes, managing this flow, created the earliest documented system of weights and measures. Stone balance weights, standardized to specific units, appear across the region with remarkable uniformity. This technological and intellectual consistency suggests central coordination, or at least shared institutional training. Measurement itself has become a cultural language. Within Uruk, labor organizations reflected this new social logic. Housing clusters reveal occupational zoning: potters near kilns, metalworkers near canals, administrators close to temple centers. Excavations of refuse pits show diet variation corresponding to social rank. Meat and imported goods concentrated near the temple, barley and dates predominant elsewhere. This hierarchy, grounded in resource distribution, was visible not only in artifacts, but in the built environment. The city's walls, some over 6 kilometers long, were not only defensive but symbolic, delineating civilization from the wild, order from uncertainty. Beyond them stretched the open plain, populated by pastoral nomads who supplied wool, meat, and labor, but whose seasonal migrations contrasted sharply with the city's permanence. The boundary was ideological as much as physical. By 3300 BC, the scale of record-keeping had exploded. Thousands of tablets, unearthed from Ina and Anu districts, record shipments, rations, and administrative accounts. Statistical study of sign frequency reveals a lexicon exceeding 1,000 distinct symbols. Some represent commodities, others occupations or actions. The transition from pictograph to proto-cuneiform was nearly complete. Excavations at Uruk level IV show tablets arranged in clusters within dedicated rooms, archives of clay, where each record corresponded to the grain collected, the livestock tallied, or the workers fed. Archaeologists note that the tablets were deliberately fired before storage, a precaution against decay, an act of preservation that transformed bureaucracy into archaeology. Civilization, unintentionally, began to archive itself. As the lamps burned in temple courtyards, scribes pressed styluses into wet clay under the supervision of priests. The air carried the scent of bitumen and baked earth. The canals reflected the moonlight like molten silver. Through repetition and precision, they turned administration into art. Uruk had become more than a settlement. It was the first city in history, a nexus where ecology, labor, and belief merged into the system. And within its walls, the logic of civilization had found its permanent address. By 3300 BC, the rhythm of Uruk's daily life had synchronized with the cadence of administration. The city's population, estimated by archaeologists at 40 to 50,000, depended upon an infrastructure that rivaled later empires in complexity. Excavations across the Ina and Anu precincts show parallel networks of canals intersecting with causeways, each carefully graded to manage the seasonal floods of the Euphrates. Hydraulic cores extracted from nearby sediment layers indicate continuous maintenance. Dredged channels, silt redirection, and artificial levees renewed each decade. These works required labor forces counted in the thousands, organized not by coercion alone, but through a system of rations, accountability, and divine obligation. The temple's bureaucracy transformed survival into liturgy. Archaeological distribution of ration bowls and seal impressions suggests that the economy was centrally managed through temple institutions. Administrative tablets reveal standard formulae, symbols denoting the quantity of barley distributed to specific occupational groups: builders, boatmen, herdsmen. Some tablets include secondary notations indicating quality control, implying oversight beyond simple record-keeping. The efficiency of this structure created what economic historians call the redistributive economy, where the temple acted as both storage hub and economic regulator. Surplus grain sustained artisans, artisans supplied tools for agriculture, and priests sanctified the cycle through ritual. Religion was the grammar of organization, ensuring obedience where force might fail. The temple complexes themselves embodied this ideology. The Ina precinct, dedicated to Inanna, goddess of fertility and war, occupied several hectares and dominated the city's skyline. Its walls were ornamented with cone mosaics, thousands of colored clay pegs pressed into plaster, forming geometric patterns visible from afar. Such decorations served more than aesthetic function. It broadcast the presence of divine order. Excavation layers show successive construction phases, each aligned with celestial orientations, perhaps marking solstices or ceremonial processions. The architectural precision reflects an awareness of cosmic rhythm, an attempt to synchronize civic life with the heavens. Archaeologists reading these alignments interpret them as evidence of proto-astronomy, an intellectual tradition that would later guide both agriculture and theology. Beyond the temple precinct, domestic quarters reveal another facet of urban transformation. Houses, once isolated compounds, were now arranged in contiguous blocks separated by narrow alleys. Floor plans show increasing standardization, rectangular rooms, storage bins, and hearths of uniform dimensions. Such uniformity indicates administrative planning and perhaps property regulation. Midden analysis shows varied consumption patterns. Fish bones and date pits predominate in lower strata, while later levels reveal imported goods, copper fragments, shell inlays, and faience beads. The archaeological record thus mirrors economic diversification. By the late 4th millennium, Uruk's inhabitants were no longer self-sufficient farmers, but participants in a complex web of specialization, exchange, and taxation. The development of writing both facilitated and symbolized this transformation. Proto-cuneiform tablets from Uruk level IV include signs for abstract concepts such as worker, field, and ration, transcending pictorial representation. Statistical analysis by epigraphers indicates structured syntax, subject-object relations emerging from accounting notations. The human mind, in formalizing economic data, had stumbled upon language itself. The invention of writing remains one of the most decisive moments in cognitive history, the externalization of thought into matter. Archaeologists have found styluses carved from reeds, their tapered ends leaving triangular impressions. The wedge became the unit of civilization, a minimal mark containing infinite potential. The implications extended beyond the economy. Written record conferred permanence upon authority. A spoken command faded, a tablet endured. Within Uruk's archives, orders could be replicated, verified, and transmitted. This stability allowed for unprecedented scale. Administrative uniformity connected distant colonies, ensuring that the same signs meant the same measures across hundreds of kilometers. The written word became an instrument of control, impartial, consistent, and unalterable. Yet within that rigidity lay a paradox. Writing liberated the mind from memory, even as it bound society to text. The city's identity fused with its archives. Governance became inseparable from documentation. Material culture reflected this mentality. Seal stones grew elaborate, carved with mythological motifs, winged animals, ritual processions, priests before altars. When rolled across wet clay, these cylinders produced repeating patterns that authenticated goods and symbolized legitimacy. Comparative studies of iconography reveal a shared visual lexicon linking Uruk to its satellite colonies. Art functioned as communication, an international script of power. The motifs also suggest early cosmology, deities enthroned, rivers personified, celestial symbols hovering above temple facades. The imagery, repetitive and abstract, mirrored the structure of writing itself, compression of the world into pattern. Meanwhile, the city's expansion continued outward. Surveys of settlement density along the Euphrates corridor show smaller communities clustering near Uruk, their ceramic assemblages dominated by Uruk-style wares. This regional consolidation indicates administrative integration, perhaps through trade contracts or religious affiliation. Stratigraphic evidence of shared construction techniques, a plano-convex bricks, bitumen flooring, reinforces this unity. Uruk had become not merely a city, but a system, an urban ecology of production, distribution, and ideology extending over the southern plain. At night, from the temple terraces, one could see the reflection of countless oil lamps shimmering along the canals, a constellation of human order against the vast silence of the steppe. The hum of activity never ceased. Potters at their wheels, scribes at their tables, barges moving through moonlit channels. Civilization had become perpetual motion. The city was no longer an experiment. It was an environment, self-sustaining and self-replicating. Uruk had defined the template of urban existence, and in doing so, had transformed what it meant to be human. By 3200 BC, Uruk had entered its mature phase, an urban organism whose complexity rivaled any subsequent empire in administrative scope. Archaeological surveys estimate its population exceeded 40,000, an extraordinary concentration for the time. The city extended across more than 100 hectares, divided by canals that served as both streets and arteries of supply. Excavations at the Anu district reveal monumental platforms supporting temples, storage facilities, and workshops, a stratified architecture of production and worship. The rhythm of its economy was encoded in clay. The pulse of its governance beat within archives that multiplied with each harvest. The city had become an institution, and the institution had become civilization. The bureaucratic record from this period offers a precise portrait of order. Thousands of proto-cuneiform tablets recovered from the Ina complex list allocations of barley, beer, fish, and textiles, each marked with seal impressions authenticating their origin. These impressions, studied in detail by epigraphers, show an administrative hierarchy, individual seals for scribes, overseers, and temple officials. The very act of sealing transformed a transaction into a ritual of legitimacy. Each cylinder rolled across wet clay was a declaration of trust made permanent. Stratigraphic correlations suggest that sealed storage rooms were revisited seasonally, their contents inventoried and resealed, reflecting an economy grounded in recurring cycles rather than continuous market exchange. Commerce here was not speculative but calendrical, bound to harvest and flood. Material culture mirrors this steady rhythm. Archaeological residue from Uruk's workshops reveals diverse industries: weaving, pottery, metallurgy, and carpentry, all organized around temple supply. Loom weights, spindle whorls, and copper chisels appear in standardized quantities, evidence of mass production under institutional oversight. Isotopic analysis of copper artifacts links their ore sources to Oman and Anatolia, demonstrating that Uruk's economy depended on long-distance trade networks. These routes transporting not only goods but also ideas, administrative practices, measurement systems, and artistic motifs spread across the Fertile Crescent, forming what scholars term the Uruk world system. The city's influence radiated outward through exchange and imitation rather than conquest. Civilization expanded by contagion, the replication of efficient order. Social differentiation deepened alongside this growth. Excavations of domestic quarters show disparities in housing size and artifact quality, from simple one-room dwellings to multi-chamber compounds containing imported goods. Osteological evidence indicates dietary stratification. Higher status individuals consumed more varied proteins, while lower classes subsisted largely on grain and fish. Burial assemblages confirm this inequality. Elites interred with jewelry, weapons, and ceramics of fine manufacture, commoners with little more than a jar of barley. The city had formalized hierarchy not only in law but in ritual, embedding class within the grammar of daily life. Yet this stratification was not static. Economic mobility existed through temple service, where scribal education offered a path from labor to literacy. The stylus became both a tool of calculation and a ladder of ascent. Meanwhile, the symbolic universe of Uruk grew increasingly elaborate. Cylinder seal iconography evolved from simple scenes of trade to complex compositions of gods, animals, and cosmic order. These motifs provide the earliest visual theology of Mesopotamia, deities enthroned above rivers and mountains, celestial symbols orbiting the divine court. The imagery corresponds to the emerging pantheon recorded in later texts. Inanna, god of fertility and war; Anu, lord of the sky; and Enki, master of wisdom and water. Each deity represented not abstraction but administration, domains of life organized under divine supervision. Religion, in Uruk's world, was the celestial reflection of its bureaucracy. The temple's ledgers mirrored the heavens' hierarchy. Environmental data reinforced the interdependence of ideology and necessity. Sediment analysis from the lower Euphrates reveals alternating layers of flood and drought during this period. These fluctuations demanded constant maintenance of irrigation infrastructure. Administrative tablets referencing canal crews and water distribution attest to state-directed labor mobilization. The city's survival depended on the synchronization of thousands of hands, and failure meant famine. The precision of record-keeping was therefore existential. A missed entry could mean a failed harvest. Civilization at this stage was not luxury but equilibrium, the thin balance between abundance and catastrophe. The written language itself continued to evolve toward abstraction. By 3100 BC, cuneiform signs had been standardized into wedge-shaped strokes representing syllables and sounds. Grammar had entered the world. The first known personal names appear in this era, recorded alongside their rations and duties. These early traces of identity suggest a society aware of individuality within hierarchy, an emerging consciousness of self within the machinery of state. The bureaucratic and the human were intertwined, every laborer accounted for, every scribe acknowledged, every action preserved. The clay tablet had made memory institutional. At dusk, the city glowed in muted light, torches flickering across canal bridges, silhouettes of barges gliding through still water, the murmur of scribes reciting tallies. The air smelled of clay and grain dust, of life mediated through measurement. Uruk was no longer an accident of geography, it was a deliberate invention. In its courtyards, the world's first city taught humanity that permanence could be engineered, that order could be written, and that power could endure through record. By 3100 BC, Uruk stood as the unmatched apex of early urban civilization, the administrative, spiritual, and technological nucleus of southern Mesopotamia. The archaeological strata of this period, referred to by scholars as Uruk IV and III, reveal the culmination of centuries of incremental innovation. Excavations have exposed monumental precincts paved with baked brick, fragments of sculpted reliefs depicting processions of priests, and tablets containing the first coherent textual narratives. What began as accounting had evolved into language. Cuneiform script, once restricted to rations and trade, now described offerings to deities, land transactions, and even mythic imagery. The world's first archives were complete, rooms filled with shelves of numbered tablets, each sealed and dated, preserving the voice of administration across generations. These records, though bureaucratic in intent, mark the threshold of literature. Among them are the earliest fragments of hymns and lists, the first attempts to categorize existence. Lexical tablets from Uruk contain sequences of words grouped by theme: birds, tools, professions, metals. Such inventories, designed to train scribes, also reveal humanity's emerging need to order knowledge. Writing had transcended its economic origin. It had become epistemological. The very act of cataloging reflected a new mental architecture, a conviction that reality could be systematized, and that the city was the instrument through which the universe was comprehended. Archaeologists analyzing these lists described them as mind maps of order, the intellectual scaffolding for later philosophy. The city's architecture expressed the same principle. The Anu ziggurat, whose earliest foundations date to the late Uruk period, rose in stepped terraces, aligning celestial observation with civic ritual. Its summit temple, reconstructed multiple times, functioned as both observatory and altar. Astronomical alignments suggest that priests recorded solstice shadows and lunar cycles, correlating celestial patterns with the irrigation calendar. The city thus merged cosmic order with hydraulic necessity, heaven measured through water. This integration of faith and function epitomized Mesopotamian urbanism, the divine as administrative principle, the temple as celestial ledger. Within Uruk's walls, labor had become institutionalized. Administrative tablets referencing workers of the god's house imply full-time temple personnel receiving fixed rations. These early bureaucratic records of workforce management constitute the oldest evidence of organized employment. Scribes tracked daily attendance, grain portions, and production quotas. The human body itself became a unit of calculation, yet the archaeological evidence contradicts the assumption of servitude. Stable housing, uniform rations, and ritual participation suggest social cooperation rather than coercion. Civilization's machinery functioned not through tyranny, but through consensus built on divine legitimacy. Every action was framed as service to the gods, and through them, to the collective survival of the city. Meanwhile, Uruk's influence extended beyond its walls. Satellite settlements, Gemdit Nasser, Carthage, and Susa, adopted its administrative systems. Tablets inscribed in Uruk script appear hundreds of kilometers away, proof of cultural unification through bureaucracy. The Uruk network connected distant regions through standardized iconography and measurement. Trade in metals, stone, and timber intensified, with evidence of imported materials, diorite from Oman, lapis from Badakhshan, found in temple inventories. These networks required negotiation with foreign polities, inaugurating the earliest form of diplomacy. Cylinder seals bearing intertwined motifs of foreign and Mesopotamian styles attest to alliances and cultural exchange. Civilization had begun to think in terms of interdependence. Environmental adaptation remained the city's constant preoccupation. Geological cores taken from the lower alluvium show periodic salinization of soil, a consequence of over-irrigation and rising groundwater. Administrative texts from this era record the shift from wheat to barley, a calculated biological adjustment to ecological stress. The decision, implied within these ledgers, represents one of the earliest examples of environmental management based on empirical observation. Such adaptability sustained Uruk's prosperity for centuries. The city's endurance was not accidental, it was engineered resilience. The convergence of language, architecture, and governance produced a society that perceived time differently. With writing, memory extended beyond the individual. With monumental construction, faith acquired physical permanence. The archaeological silence of earlier eras was replaced by evidence, continuous, detailed, relentless. Humanity had learned to leave footprints that would not fade. The urban condition, once fragile, now anchored identity itself. Uruk's inhabitants lived within a self-reinforcing system of production, worship, and documentation, their lives defined by a rhythm that would echo through millennia. By 3000 BC, the city's influence stretched across Mesopotamia. The Uruk model inspired the rise of Kish, Nippur, and Lagash, independent city-states competing for control of land and water. The political fragmentation that followed did not undo Uruk's legacy, it multiplied it. Each city became a reflection of the first, each ruler claiming divine sanction to govern as priest-king. The urban experiment had proven replicable. From this foundation would emerge law, empire, and myth, the structural vocabulary of civilization. As dawn broke over the Euphrates plain, the ziggurat's shadow fell across the canals, the sound of craftsmen and scribes rising with the light. The clay tablets glistened as they dried in the sun, their impressions eternalizing another day's labor. The city had turned memory into infrastructure. What began as mud and water had become order and permanence, the script of humanity's first enduring world. By 3000 BC, the experiment that had begun in Uruk had multiplied into a constellation of urban centers scattered across the southern Mesopotamian plain. Lagash, Kish, Umma, and Nippur rose from the same alluvial soil, each encircled by canals and temple complexes that define their civic identity. Archaeological strata reveal their shared ancestry: planar convex bricks, bevel rim bowls, proto-cuneiform tablets, and ziggurat foundations, all signatures of a common civilization. Yet as these cities expanded, their cooperation gave way to rivalry. Control of irrigation networks and trade routes became the measure of power, and from the hierarchies of temple administration emerged a new figure, the Lugal, the great man, whose authority rested not in ritual alone, but in command. The Age of Kings had begun. Evidence for this political transition lies in both material culture and text. Early dynastic tablets recovered from Shuruppak and record decrees issued under individual names, an unprecedented assertion of personal agency in a world previously ruled by priestly councils. Seal impressions depict armed figures leading processions or confronting enemies, their size and placement implying dominance. Excavations at Kish have uncovered royal tombs containing weaponry, chariots, and human attendants interred beside their lords, signaling a new ideology of leadership rooted in divine association and mortal authority. Archaeologists identify these contexts as the earliest manifestation of institutional kingship, a fusion of religion, warfare, and administration that transformed the temple state into the city-state. The environmental foundation of this transformation remained unchanged. The unpredictable floods of the Tigris and Euphrates demanded continuous coordination, but as city populations grew, competition for water intensified. Stratigraphic evidence of canal diversions between Lagash and Umma, dated by associated inscriptions to the late 3rd millennium BC, suggests that irrigation disputes were among the first recorded causes of war. Clay tablets from Lagash describe armed conflict over the Gaidina Plain, a fertile region whose water rights determined survival. Warfare in this context was not expansionist but hydraulic, battles fought with shovels as much as spears. Control of flow equaled control of life. The social logic of kingship arose naturally from this ecological tension. The NC, or city governor, once a temple-appointed administrator, now commanded labor and defense as a personal mandate. Cylinder seals of this period replace communal motifs with royal ones, a single figure trampling enemies, receiving tribute, or standing before the gods. These images, replicated across the region, standardized the visual grammar of authority. The ruler was no longer a servant of the divine order, but its earthly embodiment. Archaeologists read this iconographic shift as evidence of the first true ideology of kingship, a power legitimized through cosmic narrative. Each victory in irrigation or war was cast as divine favor, each defeat as cosmic imbalance. Material evidence corroborates this theology of power. At Ur, the early dynastic royal cemetery reveals grave furnished with gold vessels, lapis ornaments, and intricately carved lyres. Radiocarbon analysis and artifact typology place these tombs in the 26th century BC, corresponding to the reigns of legendary rulers such as Mescalamdug and Puabi. The presence of attendants buried alongside their masters, verified by osteological study, attests to ritual sacrifice, an expression of loyalty transcending life. The city's elites had turned death into spectacle, reaffirming hierarchy even in burial. This mortuary grandeur reflected not decadence, but the consolidation of identity, the belief that the ruler's continuity ensured the community's survival. Meanwhile, administrative documents from Shurapak record the codification of law. Lists of offenses and penalties, theft, debt, neglect of irrigation, suggest the beginnings of legal standardization. Scholars identify these as precursors to later Sumerian law codes, such as those of Ur-Namma and Lipitishta. Their logic is strikingly pragmatic, maintaining productivity and social equilibrium rather than moral virtue. Justice in this context was infrastructural, a mechanism to preserve labor, property, and water rights. The state's moral authority lay in its capacity to organize, not to redeem. The invention of kingship thus emerged not as an act of ambition, but as a systemic necessity. As population density, trade, and risk increased, centralized decision-making became essential. The ruler stood at the intersection of administration, warfare, and divinity, the human embodiment of order. Cylinder seals depicting the king slaying lions or presenting offerings to the gods encapsulate this duality, strength tempered by piety, violence justified by cosmology. The king's body became the axis of society's meaning, the living bridge between mortal labor and divine purpose. At dusk, the plains shimmered with reflected light from the canals. In the temple courtyards, incense burned before images of deities now paired with royal insignia. The line between god and king had begun to blur. The priest wrote, the soldier enforced, the ruler unified both into a single will. From that synthesis, civilization gained its enduring form, a hierarchy stabilized by the logic of power. By 2900 BC, the cities of southern Mesopotamia had matured into fully autonomous polities, each ruled by its own line of priest-kings. Archaeologists designate this period as the early dynastic age, the epoch when myth and administration began to converge. The surviving clay tablets from this era, inventories, treaties, and hymns, speak in a new tone. The plural we of temple bureaucracy had narrowed into the singular I of command. The political grammar of civilization had changed. The inscriptions no longer recorded mere quantities, but intentions, decrees, conquests, and proclamations, each issued in the ruler's voice. Writing, once the servant of economy, had become the instrument of sovereignty. Excavations at Kish, often considered the first seat of kingship in Sumerian tradition, reveal layers of monumental architecture corresponding to this transition. Deep beneath the tell, archaeologists uncovered foundation deposits containing inscribed bricks bearing royal names. Among them, Etana and Enmebaradzsi, rulers once thought purely legendary. Radiocarbon dating places these constructions around 2800 BC, aligning myth with stratigraphy. This convergence between legend and material record illustrates the new ideological function of narrative. Kingship required history as proof. Myths of divine appointment, preserved later in Sumerian king lists, began as political theology, asserting that power descended from heaven but operated through clay. The ruler stood not above the gods, but beside them, interpreting their will in human form. The administrative infrastructure of these early states reveals a striking degree of coordination. Excavations at Lagash expose networks of storage rooms, scribal quarters, and workshops arranged around temple courtyards. Cylinder seals and ration tablets recovered from these contexts document elaborate systems of taxation. Farmers rendered a portion of their yield to the temple treasury. Herdsmen contributed wool and livestock. Craftsmen supplied goods for trade. The temple redistributed these resources, providing rations to laborers and raw materials to artisans. Such centralization demanded strict record-keeping. The clay tablet, already ubiquitous, became the physical embodiment of state control, each one a compact between subject and authority. At Lagash, the ruler Urnanch left inscriptions celebrating his construction of temples and canals, among the earliest known royal inscriptions carved in stone. Their tone is not boastful, but administrative, lists of achievements rather than appeals to glory. Archaeological evidence supports these claims. Canal systems dating to his reign link multiple cities, demonstrating interurban cooperation under royal supervision. These public works served both economic and ideological purposes, transforming the landscape into a visible map of governance. Every embankment, every levee bore witness to organized labor under royal direction. Power manifested not through conquest, but through construction. The emergence of warfare as a political institution reshaped the material world. Excavations at sites such as Mari and Tel Agrab reveal fortifications, mud-brick ramparts, defensive ditches, and gate towers. Iconography from the Stele of the Vultures, dated to circa 2450 BC, depicts Enatum of Lagash leading a phalanx of soldiers into battle, their formation disciplined, their weapons uniform. Though later than Urnanch, this imagery represents continuity of state militarization. Archaeological analysis of weapon caches, copper-tipped spears, mass-produced axes, confirms that warfare had become organized labor, an extension of irrigation's collective discipline. Kingship unified peace and conflict under the same principle, coordination. Parallel developments occurred in the structure of religion. The gods of Sumer, once local patrons of individual towns, now formed a pantheon ranked in divine hierarchy mirroring political order. Textual fragments from Nipur list Enlil as supreme, followed by Enki, and Inanna, divine offices corresponding to the human institutions of rule, administration, and fertility. The temple became an image of the cosmos, its priesthood a bureaucracy of the heavens. This theological architecture legitimized kingship by embedding it within the universal order. The king ruled because the gods governed, and governance itself was sacred geometry, a reflection of celestial balance rendered in mud brick and law. Economic records from this era reinforce the same logic. At Shurapak, thousands of tablets catalog goods stored for redistribution: grain, beer, oil, and textiles. Each entry carries a seal impression, a mark of accountability that connects the smallest transaction to the highest authority. The seal was both signature and surveillance, ensuring that the rulers will extend it into every storeroom. Archaeological studies of these archives reveal patterns of double-entry notation, the earliest form of administrative auditing. Civilization had invented bureaucracy in its modern sense, a machine of paper and trust, governed by procedure rather than personality. The rise of royal courts accelerated cultural specialization. Artists, scribes, and musicians found patronage under kings seeking to immortalize their rule. Excavated lyres from Ur's royal tombs, inlaid with gold and lapis, suggest that music served ritual functions during state ceremonies. Cylinder seals grew increasingly narrative, depicting banquet scenes and divine audiences, blending history and myth into a single visual language. Through art, kingship broadcast stability and divine favor. Each festival, each monument reaffirmed the contract between ruler, people, and gods, a triad bound by ritual precision. At night, under the glow of oil lamps, scribes inscribed royal decrees in the courtyards of palaces built beside canals. The air carried the scent of baked clay and cedar imported from distant lands. The city hummed with the continuity of record, the unbroken hum of civilization. The Lugal's voice, once mortal, had become institutional. Kingship had transformed necessity into ideology and ideology into permanence. By 2800 BC, the Sumerian world had entered its decisive phase of political maturity. The scattered city-states of southern Mesopotamia, Lagash, Kish, and Nipwa, no longer functioned as ritual centers alone, but as sovereign microcosms of governance, economy, and ideology. Each claimed divine sanction for its autonomy, yet the material record reveals constant negotiation between cooperation and rivalry. The rivers that sustained them also divided them. The same irrigation channels that linked their farmlands became lines of dispute. Stratigraphic evidence of breached embankments and abandoned fields along the Gaidina Plain confirms that conflict over water was endemic. In the alluvial landscape of Sumer, political geography was drawn in silt. The archaeological vocabulary of this period attests to the administrative consolidation of kingship. Palace architecture, once indistinguishable from temple complexes, emerged as a distinct form. At Kish and Shurapak, excavations reveal large rectangular halls with column bases and central courtyards, their walls thickened for defense. Storage rooms adjoin scribal chambers, and fragments of ceilings found in situ bear impressions of royal titles. This physical separation between temple and palace marks a structural transformation. Secular authority began to rival the sacred, yet the two institutions remained symbiotic. The palace provided security, the temple conferred legitimacy. Kingship, in effect, institutionalized the partnership between priest and warrior that had governed the Neolithic community. Textual evidence complements this architectural transition. Early administrative tablets from Lagash and Adab began to use honorific epithets: Lugal Kalam Mana, king of the land, signifying authority beyond city boundaries. These linguistic markers coincide with archaeological signs of increased regional integration. Standardized pottery forms, uniform weight systems, and identical accounting protocols across multiple sites. The data suggest a shared bureaucratic culture binding the Sumerian South, even amid political fragmentation. Civilization had achieved unity of method, if not of rule. The ideology of kingship was expressed most vividly through art. The Wakar vase, discovered at Uruk and dated to circa 3000 BC, portrays a procession of offerings ascending toward the goddess Inanna. At its base, human laborers carry baskets of produce. At its summit, the ruler presents these gifts on behalf of the people. The composition reads as a visual constitution, the city's hierarchy rendered in relief, from earth to divinity through monarchy. Similarly, the Uruk trough and carved alabaster plaques from the Ina precinct show scenes of royal piety, reinforcing the notion that kingship mediated between mortal sustenance and divine abundance. The ruler's image became theology made visible, an assertion that human order mirrored cosmic order. Archaeological layers from the royal cemetery at Ur deepen this understanding. The tomb of Queen Puabi, excavated by Leonard Woolley in the 1920s and later radiocarbon dated to the mid-3rd millennium BC, contained gold headdresses, lapis jewelry, and an assembly of attendants, musicians, and guards buried beside her. The precision of the layout, rows of bodies aligned around a central bier, implies ritual choreography, not massacre. Bioarchaeological studies suggest ingestion of sedatives or toxins prior to death, transforming sacrifice into ceremony. Such evidence reflects a belief in the continuation of social hierarchy beyond life. Death did not dissolve power, it consecrated it. The ruler's eternal household replicated the order of the living city. Administrative continuity ensured that this order was maintained in life as in death. The archives of Farah, ancient Shuruppak, yield thousands of tablets documenting the daily mechanics of governance, deliveries of grain, assignment of workers, distribution of fish, beer, and wool. Each tablet follows strict formal syntax: commodity, quantity, recipient, verification. This formulaic precision created an early legal infrastructure. Authority no longer depended solely on charisma or divine claim, but on the predictability of record. The ruler's word became law because it could be written, copied, and preserved. Archaeology reveals that clay, humble and abundant, was the true foundation of kingship. These developments fostered a new social psychology. The Sumerians began to conceive of their rulers as chosen yet accountable. Fragments of proverbs and hymns recovered from early layers at Nippur express ambivalence toward power, praise for just kings, warning against hubris. The ideology of divine right was tempered by the practical memory of flood and famine. Kingship in Sumer was never absolute, it was managerial, contingent upon the maintenance of cosmic equilibrium. The ruler was custodian, not owner, of order. By 2700 BC, the Sumerian landscape shimmered with walled cities, ziggurats, and canals extending toward the horizon. The air would have been thick with dust and incense, the sound of reed flutes mingling with the hammer of bronze tools. Barge traffic along the Euphrates carried grain, bitumen, and copper ingots. Scribes tallied cargoes on clay tags. The world that Uruk had imagined was now self-sustaining. Kingship had fulfilled its function to transform administration into heritage. The logic of power, record, ritual, reciprocity was complete. Yet beyond the horizon, new forces stirred. Tribes from the north, drawn by the wealth of the Sumerian plains, began to press southward. The equilibrium of city-states would soon be tested by invasion and consolidation. The next transformation would not be administrative but imperial. But before empire came theology, an idea of kingship so powerful it could outlive the walls that birthed it. By 2650 BC, the Sumerian plains had become a mosaic of rival yet interdependent kingdoms. Each city, fortified with mud brick walls and ringed by canals, embodied both autonomy and anxiety. The balance between divine legitimacy and human ambition was fragile, and the evidence of archaeology preserves this tension. Excavations at Lagash, Umma, and Kish reveal alternating layers of prosperity and destruction: burnt granaries beside new foundations, rebuilt temples atop ruins scarcely cooled. Civilization had learned to recover faster than it fell. Each cycle of ruin and reconstruction reinforced the necessity of authority, the conviction that only centralized rule could sustain the intricate machinery of irrigation, labor, and law. Inscriptions carved on limestone stele record this emerging logic of restoration through power. The stele of the vultures, unearthed at Tello, ancient Lagash, and dated to around 2450 BC, commemorates Enatum's victory over Umma in one of the earliest documented wars. The reliefs show ranks of disciplined soldiers advancing in phalanx formation, led by a towering king whose spear pierces the enemy line. Behind him, Vultures feast upon the slain, not as cruelty, but as divine sanction. The inscription describes the conflict as judgment decreed by the god Ningirsu. War had acquired a liturgical dimension, kingship, moral theater. This integration of violence and piety defines the Mesopotamian state: conquest as restoration of order, rule as obedience to divine law. Archaeological data confirm the administrative afterlife of such victories. Tablets from Lagash's temple archives detail land redistribution following Enatum's campaigns, new field boundaries, recalculated irrigation rights, and reassignment of laborers. These documents represent the earliest recorded acts of state bureaucracy following warfare. The sword created order, but the stylus preserved it. Authority extended not only through force, but through measurement. In the aftermath of conflict, the bureaucracy swelled, converting chaos into account. This symbiosis between violence and administration is visible in material remains. At Girsu, the temple of Ningirsu was rebuilt with inscriptions celebrating military triumphs as offerings to the god. Brick stamps bearing the king's name were embedded into the structure's courses, a literal binding of sacred architecture to royal narrative. Archaeologists identify this practice as political theology in clay. The city rebuilt its sanctuaries to commemorate victory, and in doing so, eternalized both god and king. Each reconstruction layered history into the landscape, turning the city itself into a chronicle of power. The economic logic of kingship deepened during this period. Excavations at Umma and Adab uncover extensive administrative archives containing thousands of cuneiform tablets cataloging goods, corvée labor, and tax obligations. These texts reveal a hierarchy of scribes, inspectors, and governors managing grain quotas across hundreds of hectares of farmland. Statistical analysis of these records shows remarkable consistency in weights and measures, implying regional coordination. The cities, though politically independent, operated under a shared metric language, a subtle unity achieved through bureaucracy rather than conquest. Power's endurance lay in its standardization. Religion mirrored this precision. The pantheon had crystallized into hierarchy, with Enlil of Nippur recognized as chief deity, presiding over the fates of kings. The temple of Enlil at Nippur became the ceremonial axis of Sumerian politics. Inscriptions from multiple cities record rulers traveling there to receive divine endorsement, a form of coronation that bound each city-state to a shared spiritual order. Archaeological excavations confirm layers of continuous renovation, each dynasty leaving its own brick inscription within the temple's walls. The site functioned as the geopolitical conscience of Sumer, neutral, enduring, and sacred. In that sense, Nippur was less a city than an idea, the abstraction of unity in a landscape of rivalry. Cultural production flourished under this stability. Artisans refined metal casting, producing ritual vessels and weaponry of copper and bronze alloys. Inlaid mosaics, such as those from the Standard of Ur, depict scenes of peace and war in ordered panels. The king enthroned above musicians and attendants, then leading chariots into battle. The narrative sequence, both visual and ideological, portrays dual responsibility, the ruler as patron of harmony and executor of justice. Each artifact functioned as instruction as much as ornament, encoding political philosophy into imagery. Archaeological residue from Ur's workshops reveals repetitive manufacturing processes, suggesting trained guilds under state supervision. Art itself had become institutional, an arm of governance. By the closing decades of the third millennium's first half, Mesopotamian kingship had achieved full conceptual maturity. Power was no longer defined merely by control of land or water, but by the ability to mediate between the mortal and the cosmic. The ruler's title combined the administrative and the divine, shepherd of the people, servant of the gods. In later literature, these metaphors would harden into theology, but their roots lay here, in the fragile mud of Sumer, where authority was a daily negotiation with the unpredictable rivers. As night descended over the plains, oil lamps flickered across palace terraces, illuminating tablets awaiting the seal of the king. The reed stylus, dipped and pressed, fixed another decree into clay, law rendered in matter, permanence drawn from impermanence. Around the city walls, the canals shimmered with reflected starlight, flowing toward the horizon like veins of liquid bronze. Civilization had learned not merely to rule, but to remember. Kingship had given time a structure, and within that structure, the story of humanity had begun to endure. By 3100 BC, along the narrow corridor of the Nile Valley, a new civilization was coalescing, one defined not by competing city-states, as in Mesopotamia, but by the gradual fusion of communities into a single geographic and spiritual axis. Archaeological layers at sites such as Hierakonpolis, Nakada, and Abydos trace this unification from the fragmented chiefdoms of the pre-dynastic period into the centralized kingdom historians call Dynasty Zero. The process was not sudden conquest, but steady consolidation, driven by the logic of the river itself. Unlike the volatile floods of the Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile rose and fell in predictable rhythm, creating a natural calendar of stability. Its annual inundation deposited layers of fertile silt along its banks, making agriculture reliable and surplus calculable. Where Mesopotamia built systems to manage chaos, Egypt built order upon predictability. Archaeological data reveal the infrastructure of this transformation. The discovery of large mud brick structures at Hierakonpolis and Abydos, storage facilities, ceremonial enclosures, and administrative buildings indicates increasing social complexity. Painted tomb walls from this period depict riverboats bearing standards, processions of attendants, and ritual combat, all symbols of emerging authority. Radiocarbon dates cluster around 3200–3000 BC, corresponding to the rise of regional kings known as the Scorpion rulers. Excavations at Hierakonpolis uncovered the famous scorpion macehead, its imagery showing a figure wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, overseeing canal construction and agricultural labor. This is political iconography, not mere decoration. The ruler portrayed as both engineer and priest, the human agent of cosmic equilibrium. The Nile's management was governance itself. Meanwhile, in the delta, other polities flourished, Mahdi, Buto, and Sais, linked through trade to the Levant and Sinai. Archaeological remains of imported copper tools, lapis lazuli beads, and Canaanite ceramics demonstrate long-distance exchange preceding political unity. Yet these northern centers lacked the monumental scale of their southern counterparts. The balance between Upper and Lower Egypt, the narrow valley and the broad delta, define the duality at the heart of Egyptian thought. To unify the land meant to harmonize geography, not merely to subdue it. The decisive moment is captured in one artifact, the palette of Narmer, discovered at Hierakonpolis and dated to about 3100 BC. Carved from grey-green schist, it portrays a single ruler, Narmer, wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. On one side, he strikes down an enemy under the watchful gaze of the falcon god Horus. On the other, he inspects the decapitated bodies of foes arranged in disciplined order. The imagery is both violent and ritualized, symbolizing not massacre, but integration, chaos subdued into balance. Archaeologists interpret the palette as ceremonial, its size and material suggesting temple display rather than practical use. In that sense, it is less an object of function than a declaration of ideology, the first visual manifesto of unity under divine kingship. Supporting evidence from Abydos confirms Narmer's historical reality. Excavations of the royal cemetery at el-Kahab reveal tombs bearing inscriptions in early hieroglyphs, listing offerings and possessions of kings such as Ka and Narmer. Stratigraphic sequencing places Narmer's tomb directly beneath those of the First Dynasty, linking the two eras seamlessly. Clay ceilings inscribed with his name have been found in both Upper and Lower Egypt, indicating administrative reach across the entire country. These finds mark the earliest integration of record-keeping under centralized rule, a transition from regional autonomy to national administration. The administrative system that followed was revolutionary in its simplicity. Surplus grain was collected in royal storehouses, then redistributed to temple estates and workers during the inundation season. Wooden tags from Abydos, inscribed with early hieroglyphs, record inventories of linen, oil, and livestock. Their standardized form and consistent script suggest professional scribes working within a coordinated bureaucracy. The same administrative logic that had evolved from temple economies in Mesopotamia now appeared in Egypt, but under different conditions, less fragmented, more centralized, and suffused with religious ideology. The Nile itself served as the infrastructure of unification. Archaeological remains of early riverboats, constructed of lashed planks and bundled reeds, have been recovered from desert tombs at Abydos and Hierakonpolis. Their designs, later immortalized in reliefs, reveal mastery of hydrodynamic form and logistical foresight. These vessels carried not only goods and officials, but ideology, royal iconography, religious emblems, and standards of the gods. The river was both road and metaphor, a linear kingdom stretching from the cataracts of Nubia to the Mediterranean marshes, its current binding the two lands into a single consciousness. At dusk, the waters turned bronze beneath the fading sun, reflecting the silhouettes of sails moving northward with the breeze. Along the riverbanks, farmers gathered the last of the harvest as priests measured the flood level against carved markers, announcing the fortune of the coming year. In that measured cycle of water and word, Egypt's identity was taking form, a civilization where the rhythm of nature and the rhythm of law became indistinguishable. By the dawn of the First Dynasty, around 3050 BC, Egypt had achieved what no other society of its age had managed: a political unification across 1,000 kilometers of continuous settlement. The land that the Egyptians called Kemet, the Black Land, stretched from the delta's marshes to the granite cliffs of Aswan, its boundaries defined not by walls but by the rhythm of the river. Archaeological data from Abydos, Saqqara, and Tarkhan document the rapid consolidation of institutions, standardized tombs, ceilings of royal officials, and uniform ceramic assemblages. Radiocarbon analysis of organic remains confirms synchronous activity along the Nile corridor, indicating centralized coordination of labor and ritual. The Egyptian state was not an abstract creation. It was the physical manifestation of administration in motion. At its core stood the figure of the pharaoh, a term derived later but already implicit in this era's royal ideology. Early inscriptions refer to the ruler as Nesubiti, he of the sedge and the bee, symbols of Upper and Lower Egypt. This dual epithet embodied the central paradox of Egyptian kingship: unity expressed through duality, order sustained through balance. The king was the axis where opposites met, male and female, desert and river, life and afterlife. Archaeological evidence from royal tombs reinforces this dual symbolism. The earliest kings were buried at Abydos in Upper Egypt, yet their funerary estates and mastabas appeared in the north at Saqqara. This geographic bifurcation mirrored the ideological one. Every ruler's spirit was bound to both halves of the kingdom, eternally bridging the two lands. The tomb of King Jur, third ruler of the First Dynasty, offers a vivid glimpse into this early royal system. Excavations at Abydos uncovered a massive burial complex surrounded by subsidiary grave, each containing attendants and offerings. Wooden and ivory tablets found within list clothing, oils, and tools in early hieroglyphic script, meticulously labeled with numerical signs. The precision of these records indicates a bureaucratic apparatus capable of managing thousands of laborers and vast resources. The inscriptions mark a significant evolution in written communication, pictographs transformed into phonetic signs, enabling grammar and narrative. Writing had become a medium not just of accountancy, but of sovereignty, the visual proof of command. Meanwhile, the material landscape of the Nile Valley began to reflect this unified order. Archaeological surveys reveal the standardization of architecture from the Delta to Upper Egypt. Rectangular mud brick houses with plastered walls, columned halls, and courtyards oriented toward the river. Administrative centers near Abydos and Memphis were built on elevated ground, protected from floodwaters and aligned with astronomical points, particularly the rising of Sirius, whose heliacal appearance signaled the inundation. The integration of architecture, astronomy, and geography exemplifies Egypt's defining worldview, the fusion of cosmic rhythm and human governance. Every measurement, every alignment was both practical and metaphysical, the materialization of Maat, the principle of divine balance. In parallel, the iconography of kingship solidified into a visual canon that would remain unchanged for millennia. Stone reliefs from the reigns of Nama, Jur, and Den depict the ruler larger than attendants, his profile severe, stride forward, arms lifted in ritual gesture, the so-called smitting pose. Behind him, servants carry standards bearing divine emblems. Before him, prisoners kneel or are struck down. This imagery was not propaganda in the modern sense, but cosmology in sculpture. The king's dominance over enemies symbolized the maintenance of order against chaos, mirroring the sun's daily victory over night. Art became the grammar of eternity, codified so completely that later generations would reproduce it without alteration. The state's stability depended upon its capacity to organize agriculture on a continental scale. Archaeological traces of early irrigation works, dikes, basins, and raised levees dot the Nile floodplain. Inscriptions from this era refer to royal officials titled Emir Hit, overseer of the granaries, and Emir MW, overseer of the water. These titles, preserved on seal impressions, reveal a hierarchy of specialized administration unprecedented in the ancient world. Grain was stored in state granaries and redistributed to workers and temples during the dry months, ensuring social cohesion through controlled abundance. The pharaoh's image as provider derived directly from this logistical system. Authority was not abstract, it was edible. The temples that punctuated the landscape served as both religious and administrative centers. Excavations at Hierakonpolis and early Memphis reveal sanctuaries built of mud brick and timber, housing statues of deities adorned with gold leaf and inlaid stone. Offerings inscribed with the king's name were deposited in sealed jars, their contents listed on papyrus or wood tags. This ritual of record exemplifies the Egyptian synthesis of piety and bureaucracy, a civilization where worship was accounting performed in the presence of gods. As evening descended upon the floodplain, the horizon glowed with reflected light from the river's expanse. From the terraces of Memphis, priests observed the stars and recorded the rising of Sirius. Farmers on the riverbanks listened for the decree that would announce the new flood's arrival. The Nile murmured beneath them, the same current that carried grain, stone, and law from south to north. In its unending movement lay the secret of Egypt's endurance, unity without haste, change without disorder. The two lands had become one not through conquest, but through rhythm. By 2950 BC, Egypt's unity had evolved from achievement into institution. The first dynasty kings transformed what had been symbolic consolidation into functional governance. Archaeological discoveries at Abydos, Saqqara, and Helwan reveal the emergence of an administrative machinery whose reach extended from the delta to Nubia. Ceilings inscribed with royal names, Jet, Den, and Ainjib, have been unearthed across distant provinces, proving that directives issued from the royal court were executed with remarkable uniformity. Radiocarbon dates align these finds within a few generations, underscoring that Egypt's first national bureaucracy was already fully operational. At the heart of this system stood Memphis, a city founded at the apex of the delta, where Upper and Lower Egypt met. Excavations beneath modern Mitrahina expose mud brick foundations of large administrative compounds and granaries dating to the early dynastic period. The city's location was strategic. It commanded the convergence of trade routes, controlled river transport, and served as a symbolic midpoint of the unified realm. In Egyptian cosmology, Memphis was known as the balance of the two lands. From its courts flowed edicts written in the emerging hieroglyphic script, a visual language combining pictorial clarity with grammatical sophistication. Each carved symbol fused sound, image, and theology, embodying the Egyptian conviction that words possessed inherent creative power. To inscribe was to enact. The reign of King Den, one of the most documented rulers of the First Dynasty, offers insight into the maturity of this system. Artifacts from his tomb at Abydos include inscribed ivory labels recording ceremonial events, taxation tallies, and references to foreign expeditions. One label depicts the king striking down an Asiatic foe, the earliest known instance of the smiting scene that would become a royal archetype for 3,000 years. Yet accompanying inscriptions reveal an equally important reality. Den's administration imposed fixed taxation rates and introduced a calendar of festivals tied to agricultural cycles. Political power had synchronized with cosmic time. Archaeological evidence from sealings and accounting tags confirms the regularity of audits, the earliest example of scheduled governance based on recurring annual data. Parallel to administrative growth was an expansion of royal ideology. The pharaoh was no longer merely a unifier of regions, but a living god, the embodiment of Horakiti, Horus of the horizon. Ivory plaques and reliefs show the falcon of Horus perched above the royal name, signifying divine embodiment rather than protection. This theological shift marks the birth of divine kingship as state doctrine. Archaeologists at Abydos note that royal tombs from this period increased dramatically in size, containing shrines, storerooms, and processional avenues. The king's burial was no longer a personal monument, but a public event linking temporal rule with eternal order. Funerary objects, scepters, flint knives, stone vessels, and ceremonial jewelry were crafted with meticulous precision, blending artistry with administration. The organization of death mirrored the organization of life. Economic evidence from settlements complements this ideological picture. Excavations at Elephantine and Buto reveal workshops specializing in copper tools, linen textiles, and faience beads, many stamped with royal insignia. These goods moved along the Nile via royal barges, their cargoes tallied at checkpoints using inscribed tags. Such uniformity implies a network of taxation and redistribution sustained by documentation. Papyrus fragments preserved in later copies suggest that even by this early stage, scribes employed columns and ruled lines to structure entries, the first visual grammar of state record. Each account, verified by seal or signature, transformed labor into data. Egypt's order rested not on the sword, but on the stylus. The role of religion in this system cannot be overstated. Temples dedicated to Horus, Hathor, and Neith served as regional capitals of both faith and fiscal administration. Inscriptions from early sanctuaries at Hierakonpolis and size list inventories of grain, livestock, and linen donated to the gods, their values assessed in standardized measures. Archaeological analysis of these records demonstrates integration between temple and treasury. Offerings were both spiritual and economic transactions. The gods owned estates, managed through royal stewards. Worship in Egypt was an organization sanctified. The material symbols of unity multiplied. The royal crowns, the tall white crown of Upper Egypt and the flat red crown of Lower Egypt, appeared together in reliefs, worn simultaneously to express dominion over both realms. Composite emblems, such as the intertwined plants of papyrus and lotus, adorned temple facades and ceremonial palettes. These motifs were not decorative but administrative shorthand, visual affirmations of total control. Every citizen who saw them recognized the message that the two lands, though diverse in landscape and people, were fused under one divine authority. As twilight descended over Memphis, its granaries and workshops hummed with evening labor. Barges glided along canals bearing papyrus rolls sealed with red ochre wax. The palace precinct glowed with torchlight as scribes recited tallies before overseers. In the stillness of the desert beyond, the pyramidal mounds of Abydos caught the last reflection of the setting sun. Egypt had found its rhythm, the synchronization of heaven, earth, and governance. Through measurement and myth alike, the kingdom had become eternal long before stone would make it visible. By By 2800 BC, Egypt's unified kingdom had reached a level of administrative and cultural cohesion unparalleled in the ancient world. The first dynasty had laid the foundation, but the early rulers of the second dynasty refined its structure into an enduring system of governance. Archaeological sequences at Saqqara, Abydos, and Giza reveal continuity in every domain: writing, art, burial, and economy, alongside a gradual transition toward monumental ambition. The state had mastered the mechanisms of organization. Now it sought permanence in stone. Excavations at Saqqara, the necropolis of Memphis, illustrate this transformation vividly. Beneath the desert plateau, archaeologists have uncovered vast mastabas belonging to high officials of the early dynastic court. Constructed of finely cut limestone blocks and decorated with painted reliefs, these tombs demonstrate an evolving aesthetic of authority. The walls depict orderly processions of servants bearing food, linen, and wine, accompanied by hieroglyphic captions naming their duties. This precision of representation mirrors the precision of administration, every gesture catalogued, every offering quantified. Even in art, Egypt expressed its devotion to record. Radiocarbon dating of timber beams and organic pigments places these structures between 2900 and 2750 BC, the threshold between the first and second dynasties. The royal burials at Abydos continued to function as the kingdom's spiritual heart. Excavations of Tomb P at el-Kab, likely belonging to King Peribsen, reveal a significant theological innovation. His Serek, royal crest, bears the name of the god Seth rather than Horus. Scholars interpret this as evidence of political tension between Upper and Lower Egypt, a temporary schism resolved in subsequent reigns. Yet the episode illuminates an enduring Egyptian principle, that kingship was flexible in form but immutable in function. Even during division, the office remained divine. Archaeological findings show that Peribsen's administration maintained meticulous records and continued national trade. The king could change his god, but not his bureaucracy. By the reign of Karsikhemwy, the final ruler of the second dynasty, the two lands were once again unified both politically and symbolically. His name, meaning "the two powers are at peace," appears inscribed on stone vessels and statues found at Hierakonpolis, Abydos, and Saqqara. Excavations of his massive mud-brick enclosure at Hierakonpolis, the fortress of Shunnit el-Zebib, reveal monumental architecture on a scale previously unseen. Measuring over 120 by 60 meters, with walls more than 10 meters high, it foreshadows the later construction of pyramids. Archaeologists regard it as a prototype of royal mortuary complexes, a space designed for ritual processions linking the king's earthly and divine identities. The symmetry of its plan and the precision of its brickwork testify to centralized labor management and a state economy capable of sustaining thousands of workers. Power had become geometry. Meanwhile, evidence of long-distance trade continued to expand Egypt's horizons. Excavations at Byblos on the Levanten coast uncover Egyptian artifacts, carved ivory, copper tools, and seal impressions dating to the late Second Dynasty. In return, cedar timber and resin were imported for temple construction and embalming. Farther south in Nubia, Egyptian pottery and rock inscriptions mark expeditions seeking gold and diorite. These exchanges were not sporadic raids, but organized ventures, planned and recorded through written correspondence. The same administrative logic that managed irrigation along the Nile now managed diplomacy and extraction beyond its borders. Egypt's unity had matured into projection. The period also witnessed the refinement of artistic and linguistic standards that would define pharaonic identity for the next 2 millennia. Hieroglyphic inscriptions became increasingly regularized, their forms standardized into consistent orthography. The artistic canon, grid systems governing proportion in reliefs and statues, emerged fully during this time. Archaeologists examining fragments of limestone relief from Saqqara note the introduction of measured lines etched beneath figures, invisible in the finished work yet crucial to its harmony. Art had adopted mathematics as its theology. Each grid line represented not merely proportion, but cosmic order, a visible reflection of Ma'at, the principle of universal balance. Economically, the system of granaries and redistribution reached peak efficiency. Sealed jars recovered from storage pits in Abydos and Memphis bear ink inscriptions listing origin, volume, and delivery destination. Carbonized grain residues and faunal remains confirm a structured economy capable of sustaining vast non-agricultural labor forces, artisans, priests, and administrators. The pharaoh's government had transformed abundance into architecture, converting harvest into monument. Every measure of barley was a potential wall, every worker fed by the state was a brick in Egypt's continuity. As the sun descended beyond the western desert, the Nile shimmered like molten copper beneath the dusk. Barges laden with limestone drifted north toward Memphis, where new structures rose along the floodplain. Priests chanted hymns beside the river's edge, their voices carrying across the water as scribes etched the names of kings onto tablets destined for eternity. Egypt had discovered its defining equation: faith multiplied by order equaled endurance. The unification of the two lands was no longer an event, but a condition, a harmony of time, matter, and governance that would outlast its makers. By 2700 BC, the kingdom forged by Narmer and refined by his successors had entered a new epoch, one that would define Egypt's identity for millennia. The unification of the two lands was no longer an administrative condition, but an aesthetic imperative: order made visible, balance rendered in stone. This was the Old Kingdom, an age when architecture became the medium through which kings expressed theology and governance alike. The deserts west of Memphis, stretching from Saqqara to Giza, transformed into the stage of a single idea: that eternity could be engineered. Archaeological evidence marks this transition with the reign of King Djoser, founder of the Third Dynasty. Excavations of his funerary complex at Saqqara, led by the architect Imhotep, reveal the first extensive use of cut limestone on a monumental scale. The step pyramid, rising in 6 tiers to a height of approximately 62 meters, dominates a walled precinct of more than 15 hectares. Its corridors, chapels, and ceremonial courts mimic the architecture of royal palaces, yet all rendered in imperishable stone. Radiocarbon dating of organic material from its mortar places construction around 2667 BC, aligning with the early reign of Djoser. The structure represents not only technological innovation, but a metaphysical revolution: the transformation of royal mortality into cosmic permanence. The step pyramid complex was more than a tomb; it was a microcosm of creation. Archaeological reconstructions based on wall reliefs and foundation deposits indicate that each court symbolized a region of Egypt, and that Djoser's annual rituals of renewal were reenacted within its limestone boundaries. King's spirit, or Ka, would eternally repeat the rites of kingship, ensuring the continuity of Ma'at, divine order. The architect Imhotep, later deified as a god of wisdom and healing, had achieved the synthesis of engineering, ritual, and theology. His design turned architecture into liturgy. Technically, the complex reflects mastery of logistics unmatched in earlier eras. Limestone blocks averaging 2 tons each were quarried at Tura and transporting by barge across the Nile to Saqqara. Marks on the stones record teams of workers organized into units named after royal deities, a system echoed in administrative tablets from Memphis. Archaeologists estimate a workforce of several thousand artisans and laborers employed seasonally, supported by state granaries. Faunal remains from the workmen's village reveal diverse diets: beef, fish, and bread, suggesting a stable provisioning system overseen by scribal officials. The project's success depended not on slavery, but on administration, a national infrastructure functioning as a collective ritual. The step pyramid inaugurated a new vocabulary of monumentality. The smooth walls of its subsidiary temples were decorated with faience tiles, their turquoise sheen imitating the reeds and mats of the ephemeral royal residence. This aesthetic translation, impermanent materials immortalized in stone, encapsulates Egypt's philosophy of eternity, permanence as imitation of life perfected. Excavations of Djoser's underground galleries yielded thousands of stone vessels, many inscribed with the names of earlier kings. Their deliberate inclusion suggests reverence for dynastic continuity, a statement that the present reigned only through remembrance of the past. Architecture became an archive. Following Djoser, the Third Dynasty continued to experiment with form and scale. At Meidum, the reign of King Sneferu, founder of the Fourth Dynasty, initiated the next phase of architectural evolution. Archaeological surveys show that Sneferu constructed at least 3 pyramids at Meidum, Darsha, the Bent Pyramid, and the Red Pyramid, each representing a stage in the transition from step to true smooth-sided design. The Bent Pyramid, with its abrupt change of angle midway, preserves the evidence of engineering innovation. Internal corbelled chambers, limestone casing blocks still intact, and inscriptions identifying construction crews. The adjustment in gradient, once thought accidental, now appears intentional, a recalibration that perfected structural stability. By the time the Red Pyramid was completed, Egypt had achieved the pure geometric form that would dominate its skyline forever. These constructions transformed Egypt's political economy. Stone replaced mud brick, permanence replaced renewal, and the king's divine status expanded into physical geography. Quarrying, transport, and coordination demanded the synchronization of thousands, from engineers to scribes, miners to priests. The pyramid became both project and process, a national enterprise that unified the population in labor and devotion. Archaeological remains of workers' villages near Darsha and Giza reveal organized communities with bakeries, breweries, and administrative offices. Each meal, each ration, each tool was recorded in clay, tying daily sustenance to cosmic ambition. As the sun set beyond Saqqara, its last light brushed the pale limestone of Djoser's monument, igniting it momentarily in gold before fading into shadow. The structure stood silent, yet in its silence spoke of order achieved, the alignment of stone, labor, and belief into a single enduring will. The Old Kingdom had discovered its voice, and that voice was architecture. By 2600 BC, Egypt had refined the architectural and ideological vocabulary born under Djoser into a language of perfect geometry. The Fourth Dynasty, inaugurated by King Sneferu, elevated monumentality to a science. Archaeological surveys and geological studies of Sneferu's 3 great pyramids at Meidum and Darsha reveal not only experimentation but systemic innovation, the codification of architectural procedure. The Meidum Pyramid, once stepped, was encased in smooth limestone. The Bent Pyramid adjusted its angle midway, achieving stability without collapse, and the Red Pyramid perfected the form, its internal chambers aligned on a north-south axis with mathematical precision. These monuments together embody the evolution of Egypt's structural logic, empirical experimentation guided by cosmic purpose. The pyramid was no longer an ambitious tomb, it was the measured embodiment of eternity. Excavations at Darsha show the administrative scale required to sustain such ambition. Foundation inscriptions on limestone blocks record names of work crews, the drunkards of Sneferu, the Green Team, and the Enduring Ones. These whimsical designations, preserved in red ochre ink, humanize the enormity of construction. Nearby workers' villages, excavated since the 1990s, have yielded evidence of organized provisioning, bakeries, breweries, and storage rooms filled with pottery vessels and bread molds. Isotopic analysis of animal bones from these sites indicates diets rich in meat and fish, contradicting notions of forced labor. Egypt's monumental architecture was an act of collective devotion, its workforce motivated by religious participation and sustained by a system of logistical genius. Each pyramid rose not from tyranny, but from coordination, the synchronization of thousands within a single administrative rhythm. The reign of Khufu, Sneferu's successor, magnified this principle to unprecedented scale. His Great Pyramid at Giza, completed around 2560 BC, remains the largest stone structure ever built by human hands. Archaeological measurement records its original height at approximately 146 meters, its base a square of 230 meters per side. The precision of its alignment, within a fraction of a degree to true north, demonstrates advanced surveying techniques, likely using stellar observation. Excavations of the builder's cemetery and harbor installations nearby, discovered in the 2010s, confirm the logistical sophistication behind the project. Papyrus fragments from Wadi al-Jarf on the Red Sea describe the transport of limestone from Tura to Giza, directed by an overseer named Mura. His journal, the oldest papyrus archive known, records the daily movement of cargoes, docking schedules, and crew assignments. These documents anchor the pyramid in human routine, a feat of divine aspiration achieved through mundane precision. The internal architecture of the Great Pyramid embodies mathematical and symbolic intent. The ascending corridors, the Grand Gallery, and the King's Chamber are constructed from massive granite blocks transporting from Aswan, nearly 900 kilometers to the south. Archaeologists observe that the dimensions of these chambers correspond to ratios later mirrored in Egyptian temple design, a geometry expressing cosmic order through measurement. The pyramid's orientation to the cardinal points and its internal shafts aligned towards specific stars suggest integration of astronomical observation with theology. The king's burial chamber was a celestial observatory in stone, positioning the pharaoh's soul to ascend among the imperishable northern stars. The ideological foundation of these monuments was the solar theology that emerged during this dynasty. Inscriptions and relief fragments from temples near Giza identify the pharaoh with Ra, the sun god. The pyramid's shape itself may represent the sun's rays descending to earth, a frozen beam of light binding heaven and ground. The smooth casing stones, now lost, would have gleamed white and gold in the desert sun, transforming each monument into a radiant horizon, the visible manifestation of divinity. Archaeological residue of gold leaf on pyramidions, the small capstones that once crowned the summits, reinforces this solar interpretation. The pyramids were not merely tombs, but solar instruments, cosmic devices, ensuring the pharaoh's participation in the eternal cycle of dawn and dusk. Around the pyramids stretched entire ritual landscapes. Excavations at Giza reveal mortuary temples at the pyramid's eastern base, connected by causeways to valley temples on the river's edge. These complexes functioned as both administrative and religious centers, where priests performed daily rites to nourish the king's spirit. Papyrus records and offering tables list standardized provisions: bread, beer, oxen, fowl, and incense, arranged according to fixed liturgical order. The repetition of these rites embodied Egypt's belief that eternity required maintenance. The pyramid was the body of immortality, the temple its breath. In the stillness of dawn, the desert glowed pale beneath the first light of Ra. The Great Pyramid's shadows stretched across the plateau, aligning with the smaller tombs of nobles and priests clustered nearby. The sound of tools and prayers intermingled, the language of labor sanctified into ritual. Egypt had transformed architecture into scripture, stone into syllable, the human act of building into the divine act of creation. By 2550 BC, the Giza Plateau had become the symbolic axis of the Egyptian world, a landscape where geometry, theology, and labor converged into a single organism. Excavations and survey data reveal an urban-scale complex surrounding the Great Pyramid, harbor installations at the edge of the floodplain, workers' barracks organized in a grid pattern, bakeries and breweries large enough to feed thousands, and administrative offices inscribed with the names of royal officials. This was not a construction site, but a city dedicated to creation itself. Archaeological layers of ash, grain residue, and animal bone attest to continuous occupation spanning decades. Precision of provisioning, equal rations measured by weight and recorded in ink on limestone flakes, mirrors the precision of the architecture rising above them. Civilization had evolved into an economy of eternity. To the south of Khufu's pyramid rose those of his successors, Kaffa and Menkora, whose reigns continued the theological project of monumental permanence. Khafu's pyramid, slightly smaller than his father's, was built upon higher ground, ensuring its visual dominance in the horizon. Excavations of its valley temple reveal one of the best preserved examples of Old Kingdom stone architecture: walls of polished granite, floors of alabaster, and columns of monolithic limestone supporting massive architraves. Within this temple was found the iconic diorite statue of Khafu enthroned, flanked by the falcon of Horus. The sculptor's precision, the seamless transition between human form and divine symbol, exemplifies the Old Kingdom's metaphysical artistry. Stone animated by belief. Archaeological analysis of tool marks and copper chisels confirms that such works required teams of highly trained artisans operating under strict hierarchy, each workshop functioning like a bureaucratic office of beauty. At the edge of the plateau stands the Great Sphinx, carved directly from the limestone bedrock during Khafu's reign. The monument's body of a lion and head of a king fuses royal identity with cosmic guardianship. Geological and stylistic evidence aligns its creation with the construction of Khafu's complex around 2520 BC. The Sphinx faces due east, greeting the rising sun, a fixed observer of eternity. Its function was both protective and theological, to guard the necropolis and to personify the king as mediator between the horizon Akhit and the living world. Traces of pigment on its face suggest that the colossus was once vividly painted, the desert landscape alive with color under the morning light. The Sphinx and the pyramids together formed a triad of eternal watchfulness, the desert transformed into an architecture of resurrection. The ideology underlying these monuments was codified in the pyramid texts, inscribed later within the 5th and 6th dynasty pyramids at Saqqara, but preserving ideas already ancient in Khufu's time. These texts, carved on the interior walls of burial chambers, contain incantations designed to guide the pharaoh's soul into the heavens. They speak of flight, light, and transformation. O king, you are this great star, the companion of Orion, who traverses the sky with Ra. Archaeological context and linguistic analysis indicate that these utterances originated in oral liturgies performed during earlier dynasties. The pyramid thus functioned as both stage and scripture, the ritual path of ascent frozen in stone. Meanwhile, the economy that sustained this sacred industry thrived under administrative precision. Papyrus fragments and seal impressions from Giza and Abusia list inventories of stone blocks, food deliveries, and temple offerings. The state's capacity to mobilize resources across hundreds of kilometers, from copper mines in Sinai to quarries at Aswan, reflects an unprecedented level of logistical control. The Nile's current served as conveyor belt and calendar alike. Barges timed their movements to the rhythm of the flood. Excavations of dock remains near Giza's ancient harbor confirm coordinated transport systems linking quarry, river, and pyramid base. Radiocarbon dating of associated timber points to active shipping operations concurrent with Khufu's reign. The pyramids were as much infrastructure as monuments, each block an intersection of human coordination and geological time. Culturally, the 4th dynasty crystallized the Egyptian aesthetic of eternity, a canon of form, proportion, and silence. Reliefs from the mastabas of officials such as Meroruka and Tarshepses depict feasts, labor, and offerings arranged in perfectly balanced registers. Hieroglyphic inscriptions march in measured lines, each symbol carved with mathematical accuracy. This visual order was not decoration but doctrine, every composition reenacted the divine equilibrium sustaining cosmos and state. To live beautifully was to live in accordance with geometry. As dusk settled over the Giza plateau, shadows of the pyramids stretched like compass points across the desert, marking the hours as the sun fell behind the Libyan escarpment. The Sphinx's profile darkened against the glowing sky, and priests in nearby temples performed hymns to Ra descending into the underworld. In that moment, repeated every evening for centuries, the entire civilization seemed to breathe in unison with the sun, its architecture an extension of celestial rhythm. Egypt had achieved what no other society had yet conceived, the fusion of engineering and eternity, of human labor and divine permanence. By 2450 BC, the principles perfected at Giza had become the blueprint for all Egyptian civilization. The 5th and 6th dynasties transformed the pyramid complex from royal mausoleum into a theocratic institution, a network of temples, estates, and ritual practices sustaining the cult of the sun. Archaeological strata at Abusia, Saqqara, and Abu Ghurab preserve this evolution. Smaller pyramids, yet more elaborate temple systems, their inscriptions filled with hymns to Ra. The age of massive engineering had yielded to the age of spiritual architecture. The form endured, but its meaning expanded from monument to cosmology. Excavations at Abu Ghurab, north of Saqqara, reveal one of the most remarkable expressions of this shift, the solar temple of Nusera, built around 2400 BC. Its design departs from earlier mortuary complexes, an open court dominated by a colossal obelisk rising from a base shaped like a truncated pyramid. This was the first architectural use of the obelisk form, symbolizing the sun's rays descending upon Earth. The temple's alabaster altar, surrounded by carved reliefs depicting the king offering sacrifices to Ra, represents the ritual fusion of celestial light and human devotion. Archaeological analysis of the site shows precise solar alignment. The temple's axis faces the point of the sun's setting on the longest day of the year. Architecture had become astronomy in stone. The same period saw the appearance of the pyramid texts in the royal tomb of Unas at Saqqara. Carved directly onto the chamber walls, their hieroglyphs are filled with invocations guiding the pharaoh's ascent to the heavens. Linguistic study of these texts demonstrates their synthesis of earlier oral traditions and temple liturgies. Their theology is both abstract and intimate. The king as divine star, as child of Ra, as one reborn each dawn. The inclusion of these writings marks a profound development, the interiorization of eternity. Where Djoser's pyramid sought permanence through structure, Unas sought it through language. The word had become a monument. Archaeological excavations within the pyramid temples of Sahur and Neferurkya at Abusia reveal vibrant wall reliefs showing fleets of ships, processions of tribute bearers, and scenes of daily offerings. Painted in ochre, turquoise, and green, these images depict Egypt's expanding horizons, trade with Byblos, Punt, and the Levant, and expeditions to Nubia. Material finds corroborate these depictions: cedar wood, frankincense, lapis lazuli, and electrum arriving from distant lands. The pyramid complex functioned as both spiritual center and economic hub. Each temple was sustained by royal estates, whose inventories appear on papyrus fragments, fields, herds, workshops, and granaries allocated to feed the priests who maintained the eternal rites. Eternity, in practice, required continuous logistics. The bureaucratic organization of these cults reveals Egypt's capacity for perpetual motion. Inscriptions on stone blocks and offering tables list titles such as Emaya Ket Netper, overseer of the House of Things, and Sem, priest of the pyramid, each representing an office in the machinery of immortality. These roles were hereditary, ensuring that every ritual act, from lighting incense to reciting hymns, continued unbroken for centuries. Archaeological evidence from the archives of the Abusia papyri, administrative documents recovered from the Temple of Neferurkya, details rations, work schedules, and inventories of sacred objects. The records confirm that the cult of the dead king operated as a living economy, employing hundreds of priests, scribes, and laborers. Even eternity had payroll. As the 5th dynasty gave way to the 6th, artistic refinement reached an apex of realism and grace. Reliefs from the tombs of nobles at Saqqara portray workers in the fields, dancers, musicians, and craftsmen with remarkable individuality. The calm of these scenes conceals the underlying precision of their composition. Every figure occupies a measured grid, every gesture corresponds to cosmic order. The Old Kingdom ideal of Ma'at, balance, justice, harmony, found its purest expression in this aesthetic equilibrium. Archaeologists studying pigment residues note that the color palette of these reliefs remained unchanged for centuries, suggesting a standardized canon of sacred representation. The Egyptians did not innovate for novelty's sake. They refined stability into art. Yet beneath this serenity, the structure of the Old Kingdom began to strain under its own grandeur. Radiocarbon data and settlement evidence suggest episodes of low Nile floods near the end of the 6th dynasty, reducing agricultural yield. Combined with the immense resources consumed by pyramid and temple construction, the centralized state faced pressures of maintenance and sustenance. The pyramid had unified the nation in purpose. Now its weight began to test that unity. The later reigns of Pepi II and his successors show signs of decentralization as provincial governors accumulated local authority. The age of divine kingship was waning, though its monuments remained unshaken in the desert. At sunset, the sands around Saqqara glowed crimson, and the shadows of pylons stretched toward the river. Priests in the temple courts performed their final offerings for the day, extinguishing lamps one by one until only the solar disk remained above the horizon. The light touched the apex of each pyramid before dissolving into dusk. What lingered was silence, the sound of stone breathing with the memory of those who built it. Egypt had turned labor into prayer and architecture into theology. In its calm endurance, the Old Kingdom achieved what it sought, a visible eternity that would outlast its kings, its gods, and even its river. By 2500 BC, the plains of southern Mesopotamia had entered a new phase of history, the age of territorial ambition. The independent city-states that once competed through irrigation and trade now confronted one another in organized warfare. Excavations at Lagash, Umma, and Kish reveal fortifications, weapons caches, and boundary markers inscribed with royal decrees, material evidence of a landscape turning martial. Tablets from temple archives record conscription lists and grain rations for soldiers, their precise accounting demonstrating how war had become an administrative extension of agriculture. Control of water, once the basis of survival, evolved into control of land and people. The logic of the flood had become the logic of the empire. The rise of Lagash under Enatum illustrates this transformation. The stele of the vultures, unearthed at Tello and dated to around 2450 BC, depicts phalanxes of armored infantry advancing in formation beneath the image of their king, guided by the god Ningersu. Archaeological analysis of skeletal remains from contemporaneous burial pits suggests organized combat rather than sporadic raids, a structured army directed by hierarchy. Enatum's inscriptions claim dominion from the sea to the mountains, a boast supported by administrative tablets referencing tribute from distant cities. For the first time, Mesopotamia's rulers envisioned territory as a continuum rather than a constellation. The city-state was evolving into a territorial state. Evidence from the royal archives of Lagash documents the mechanics of this expansion. Clay tablets list the quantities of barley and wool sent as tribute from conquered towns, each entry sealed with both local and royal emblems. The dual seals symbolize subordination without annihilation. Conquered cities retained local administration under imperial oversight. Archaeologists reading these archives discern the first outlines of vassal governance, a structure that would persist through later Akkadian and Babylonian empires. Lagash's authority was written not in conquest alone, but in accountancy. The empire began as a ledger, yet the empire required ideology. Inscriptions from this period describe kings as shepherds of the people, chosen by the gods to maintain Kalam, the land's order. The title Ensigal, chief governor, replaced earlier priestly designations, signaling the transition from sacred stewardship to dynastic rule. At the same time, the visual language of power matured. Rulers depicted larger than their subjects, wearing conical helmets, holding maces or nets filled with enemies. These images, carved in limestone or cast in copper, communicated dominion not through brutality, but through cosmic mandate. Archaeologists interpret such iconography as the codification of divine monarchy, political hierarchies sanctified by theology. Parallel developments occurred in neighboring cities. At Kish, Mesolim established one of the earliest recorded boundary treaties between Lagash and Umma, inscribed upon a limestone stele. Its existence implies diplomatic recognition of sovereignty, the acknowledgement that borders could be negotiated rather than contested by perpetual war. This legal consciousness represents a milestone in political evolution, law emerging from conflict. Stratigraphic evidence of rebuilt canal systems along the disputed Gaidina Plain suggests that treaties were enforced through cooperative management of water resources. Civilizations' wars, even in victory, returned inevitably to irrigation. While Sumerian kings sought order through local dominance, the political center of gravity was shifting northward toward the Semitic-speaking city of Akkad, whose precise location remains uncertain, but whose cultural presence soon defined an epoch. Archaeological horizons from Mari and Ebla to the north reveal increasing interaction between Sumerian and Akkadian populations, bilingual tablets, hybrid names, and mixed administrative forms. The linguistic fusion visible in these records prefigured political unification. The Sumerians had invented writing to manage surplus. The Akkadians would wield it to rule men. Economic expansion underpinned these transformations. Excavations at and Umma uncover evidence of extensive trade networks connecting Mesopotamia with regions as distant as Dilmun, modern Bahrain, and Meluha, the Indus Valley. Seals carved from steatite and chlorite depict ships, animals, and symbols identical to those found in Harappan contexts. Radiocarbon analysis and isotopic studies of bitumen from Indus artifacts confirm Mesopotamian origin. The world of the 3rd millennium BC was already interlinked by commerce in metals, woods, and luxury goods, the arteries of empire extending across deserts and seas. Administration followed where exchange led. The infrastructure of the empire also reshaped the physical city. At archaeologists have traced monumental temples and ziggurats built atop earlier precincts, their successive reconstructions reflecting accumulation of wealth and divine prestige. Excavation reports note the introduction of large-scale brick stamps bearing royal names, signifying state oversight of production. The urban skyline became political text, each monument a public signature of control. The visual rhythm of Mesopotamian architecture, tiered platforms, stepped facades, and buttressed walls expressed power as permanence. Stone was scarce, but clay was abundant. From clay, the Sumerians built their eternity. By the mid-24th century BC, the competition among Sumer's cities reached critical mass. Out of this turbulence emerged Sargon of Akkad, a figure whose life marks the turning point from city-state to empire. His inscriptions, carved centuries later on commemorative stelae, claim humble origins and divine destiny. Found as an infant in a basket upon the river, chosen by the goddess Ishtar to rule the world. Archaeology replaces legend with evidence, layers of destruction at sites from Mari to Uruk, administrative tablets listing Akkadian governors across conquered territories, and standardized seal imagery portraying Sargon as king of the four quarters. The first empire in recorded history had taken form. At dusk, the plains of Mesopotamia shimmered with heat, the canals glinting like bronze under the descending sun. In temple courtyards, scribes pressed styluses into damp clay, recording the harvest, the taxes, the tribute. The pulse of the empire captured one tablet at a time. The rivers that once nurtured isolated cities now bound them into a single political current. Civilization had learned to centralize memory, and through memory to command. By 2330 BC, the political landscape of Mesopotamia was transformed under the authority of Sargon of Akkad, a ruler whose reign redefined the very concept of kingship. Archaeological and textual evidence portray Sargon not merely as conqueror, but as administrator of the first true empire in human history. His inscriptions, found from Mari in Syria to Susa in Elam, declare dominion from the Upper Sea to the Lower Sea, signifying control from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. For the first time, a single ruler governed the entire Fertile Crescent. Excavations across these regions reveal material uniformity, Akkadian-style cylinder seals, standardized cuneiform script, and administrative tablets using identical numerical systems. The empire had standardized communication as the mechanism of rule. The administrative logic of Akkad extended deep into daily life. At Tel Brak and Nippur, tablets record the assignment of local governors, Ensi, under imperial supervision, each required to remit tribute in grain, livestock, and labor. Sargon's bureaucracy transformed conquered regions into provinces, connected by roads and courier systems. Archaeologists excavating ancient causeways between Akkad's core territories and its peripheries have discovered milestones and depots, indicating organized transport networks. The empire functioned as a single circulatory system, resources flowing toward the center, decrees flowing outward. The imperial capital itself, though yet undiscovered, is evoked vividly by texts describing palaces with copper-plated gates and storehouses overflowing with tribute. Inscriptions attribute to Sargon a standing army of 5,400 men who ate bread before him daily. This numerical precision is not poetic but administrative. It implies rationed provisioning and centralized logistics. Clay tablets from Umma and Adab record grain distributions corresponding to military units, the earliest evidence of a professional army supported by systematic taxation. The sword and the tablet marched together. Economically, Akkad's reach expanded trade networks established by earlier Sumerian cities. Seals bearing Akkadian motifs have been found in the Indus Valley, while imports of lapis lazuli, timber, and copper flowed into Mesopotamian workshops. Analytical studies of metallurgical debris from sites such as Eshnunna and Nippur show the refinement of imported ores into bronze, the alloy that defined the era. The empire depended on metallurgy. Without tin and copper, the weaponry and tools of administration would falter. Akkadian scribes recorded these exchanges meticulously, their tablets listing caravans, weights, and routes. Bureaucracy became the spine of the empire, its vertebrae made of clay. The ideological foundation of Sargon's rule rested on divine association. Inscriptions describe the goddess Ishtar as his patron, granting victory and fertility to the land. Cylinder seals depict the king presented before deities, a gesture of obedience that masked the deeper reality of political theology. The king had become the chosen executor of divine will on earth. This ideology diffused across Akkad's territories, uniting diverse peoples under a shared symbolic order. Linguistic evidence shows the Akkadian language, written in cuneiform, gradually replacing Sumerian as the lingua franca of administration. Words themselves had become imperial, instruments of assimilation. Archaeological layers, however, also record the fragility of this grandeur. Drought sequences reconstructed from sediment cores at Tel Leilan in northern Syria and from the Gulf Delta indicate a severe climatic downturn around 2200 BC, a period of reduced rainfall that transformed fertile plains into arid steppe. Settlements contracted, and abandoned fields left telltale traces of wind-blown silt. The same tablets that once chronicled abundance began to record shortages. Grain prices soared, measured by shifting ratios between silver and barley. The empire's administrative precision, once its strength, exposed its vulnerability, a machine of order unable to adapt to scarcity. The Gutian incursions, documented in later Sumerian chronicles and supported by destruction layers at sites such as Nippur and Umma, compounded the crisis. These mountain tribes, descending from the Zagros, disrupted trade routes and sacked cities weakened by drought. Archaeological evidence of charred granaries and collapsed fortifications attests to violent upheaval. The central administration disintegrated, regional governors asserted autonomy, the empire that had united a continent dissolved within a generation. The collapse of Akkad was as systemic as its creation, a chain reaction of climate, economy, and rebellion. Yet even in ruin, Akkad's influence endured. Cuneiform script, imperial administration, and the very notion of territorial governance survived in successor states. The tablets from Lagash and Ur following the fall of Sargon's dynasty continue to use Akkadian formulae and numerical standards. Archaeologists identify this continuity as cultural sedimentation, empire fossilized into tradition. The soil of Mesopotamia still bore its imprint long after the banners had fallen. At twilight, the plains once patrolled by Sargon's armies lay silent except for the wind moving through ruined walls. In temple courtyards, priests continued to light lamps before broken idols, reciting hymns in languages half-remembered. The empire had vanished, but its rhythm remained, the cadence of administration, the geometry of record. Mesopotamia, though fractured, had learned the permanence of organization, a legacy more enduring than conquest itself. By 2200 BC, the imperial framework that Sargon and his heirs had built began to crumble beneath the weight of ecological stress and internal dissent. Archaeological records reveal a simultaneous decline in urban population, agricultural output, and long-distance trade. At Tel Leilan in northern Mesopotamia, radiocarbon-dated soil cores show abrupt layers of wind-deposited dust, evidence of severe drought. Pollen analysis from this and other sites confirms the contraction of arable land and the onset of widespread desiccation. The rivers that had once bound the empire together became shallow and erratic, their irrigation canals choked by silt. Entire regions reverted to steppe. The climate's indifference rendered imperial order impotent. Textual evidence corroborates this environmental collapse. Clay tablets from southern cities record appeals for grain shipments from regions that no longer produced surplus. The so-called Curse of Akkad, a later Sumerian lament preserved on fragmentary tablets, captures the event in symbolic form. The fields gave no grain, the womb gave no child, the deep wells dried up. Although poetic, the lament aligns with the archaeological data, a convergence of literature and climatology. The empire's precision could measure its own undoing, but could not prevent it. The network of redistribution that had sustained Akkad in abundance accelerated its collapse in famine. As central authority disintegrated, regional powers re-emerged. Excavations at Lagash reveal a resurgence of local autonomy under rulers such as Gudea, whose inscriptions and statues mark a return to civic piety rather than imperial ambition. The temple replaced the palace as the nucleus of legitimacy. Gudea's diorite statues, found in situ at the Ininu Temple of Ningirsu, depict the ruler seated in calm contemplation, hands clasped, inscriptions carved along his robe enumerating temple endowments. Radiocarbon and stylistic analysis date these works to around 2140 BC, precisely within the post-Akkadian interregnum. The language of these inscriptions is Sumerian, consciously archaic, a revival of local identity through sacred craftsmanship. Gudea's era represents Mesopotamia's first recorded renaissance, cultural restoration following systemic collapse. Archaeological surveys of southern Mesopotamia show that while imperial infrastructure disintegrated, urban life did not vanish. The canals were repaired, temples rebuilt, and trade slowly resumed. Administrative tablets from Lagash and Umma list deliveries of cedar from the Levant and copper from Magan, Oman, evidence that commerce survived even in fragmentation. The pattern reflects resilience rather than regression, civilization recalibrating to scale. The empire had centralized power beyond sustainability. The city-state returned to its ecological proportion. Meanwhile, in the north, a new power consolidated, the third dynasty of Ur, founded by Ur-Namma around 2112 BC. Archaeological evidence from Ur's ziggurat and palace complex shows unprecedented architectural ambition, rivaling the monuments of Akkad's height. The massive ziggurat, built of mud brick core and fired brick casing, stands as both temple and symbol of restoration. Inscribed foundation tablets found beneath its corners proclaim Ur-Namma as the restorer of Ma'at-like balance in Sumer, describing his construction of canals, roads, and granaries. The king presented himself as the antithesis of chaos, the administrator of renewal. His achievements, though temporal, marked a deliberate return to order through the instrument of law. The Code of Ur-Namma, preserved on fragmentary tablets discovered at Nippur and Ur, is the earliest known law code in the world. Its clauses outline penalties for theft, assault, and social misconduct, calculated in silver weights. The tone is pragmatic, aiming to stabilize society through proportional justice rather than divine command. Legal historians view this code as the rational distillation of centuries of temple accounting, morality derived from measurement. Archaeology contextualizes the code within a network of scribal schools. Tablet caches from show exercises in legal formulae, suggesting that literacy itself had become a civic profession. The law, like the ziggurat, was architecture, brick by brick, clause by clause, binding the fractured land back into coherence. Economic records from the III archives reveal the sophistication of this revival. Tens of thousands of tablets recovered from Drehem, near Nipwa, detail deliveries of livestock, grain, and textiles. These documents list overseers, weights, and recipients in a bureaucratic precision unmatched until much later empires. Statistical analyses of these tablets demonstrate that the state maintained a command economy capable of feeding, housing, and employing large populations. The system extended far beyond administration. It was ideology. The scribal record itself became the manifestation of statehood, a continuous dialogue between document and reality. Yet, beneath this revival lay fragility. The same centralization that restored order also created dependency. The archives of show increasing records of debt and corvée labor, revealing the strain of sustaining monumental architecture and a standing army. External threats loomed as Amorite tribes pressed into the Euphrates basin, disrupting trade routes. Meanwhile, Elamite incursions from the east intensified. The ziggurat's shadow stretched long, but beyond it, new powers gathered. The age of Sumer was reaching its last equilibrium, magnificent, ordered, and transient. As night settled over the plain of lamplight flickered across rows of tablets in the scribal chambers. The city's towers gleamed faintly against the desert stars, their stepped silhouettes echoing heaven's geometry. From the top of the ziggurat, priests watched the constellations rise, marking time as their ancestors had in the dawn of history. Mesopotamia had survived the empire's collapse by transforming catastrophe into memory, rebuilding its future from fragments of clay. The rivers still flowed, quieter but enduring, the eternal bloodstream of civilization. By 2050 BC, the empire of the last great Sumerian state, had reached both its height and its horizon. The ziggurats of Uruk, and Nipwa rose above the plains like stairways of intention, symbols of a civilization determined to impose order on flux. Archaeological data from this period, often called the III Renaissance, reveal economic sophistication bordering on modernity. Tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets, discovered in archives at Drehem and document an empire meticulously measured. Grain inventories, livestock counts, worker rations, and tax assessments. Each transaction was authenticated by seal, each seal linked to the office. The state was a web of written trust. Clay had become sovereign. The reach of this bureaucracy astonishes even in ruin. Administrative records list expeditions to Elam for timber, to Magan for copper, and to Mari for trade in wool and textiles. Archaeometric analysis of copper artifacts confirms ore origins in Oman, evidence of a commercial network spanning over 1,000 kilometers. Caravans traversed deserts, barges threaded canals, and every movement was recorded in tablet archives still found in situ, stacked neatly by month and year. The economic machine of functioned with the precision of a river's tide, cyclical and absolute. But its strength contained its weakness. The more centralized its control, the more catastrophic any disruption. The reign of Shulgi, 2094-2047 BC, Urnama's successor, epitomized this tension between perfection and peril. His reign lasted nearly half a century, and his inscriptions, numerous, confident, and exacting, portray him as both scholar and warrior. Tablets and foundation cones describe reforms in taxation, road construction, and temple endowment. Shulgi claimed to have standardized weights and measures, reorganized the scribal schools, and composed hymns in his own praise. Archaeological correlates support this administrative renewal. Rebuilt temples at Nipwa and Uruk bear identical construction formulas, and pottery typologies exhibit region-wide consistency. The empire, under Shulgi, achieved the equilibrium of total management, but within such uniformity lay fragility, a system incapable of tolerating deviation. The human texture of this order is revealed in the archives of the city of Umma, where thousands of ration tablets record the lives of laborers assigned to state projects. Women, children, and prisoners are listed by category, their allotments of barley measured in liters per head. Analysis of these records indicates a regimented welfare system, subsistence guaranteed, freedom constrained. The workers of lived within an economy of obligation, sustained by the precision of numbers. To the modern archaeologist, these tablets read less as bureaucracy than as biography, the pulse of everyday life inscribed into clay. Yet outside the walls, the equilibrium unraveled. Climatic instability returned around 2100–2000 BC, evidenced by new layers of arid sediment across northern Mesopotamia. Pollen data from the Diyala Basin and the Kaba Valley reveal further desertification, while isotopic records from the Gulf indicate reduced river discharge. The empire's canal system, stretched to maintain productivity, faltered under diminishing floods. Grain yields fell, taxes increased, and discontent fermented. Meanwhile, migration accelerated. Amorite pastoral groups, long present on the fringes, began to settle in weakened Sumerian territories. Their movement is recorded archaeologically through distinctive pottery, coarse ware with comb decoration, appearing in layers overlying III administrative horizons. The empire faced not invasion but osmosis, culture dissolving into movement. The final blow came from the east. Around 2004 BC, the Elamites, exploiting the empire's exhaustion, advanced from the Zagros Mountains. Archaeological strata at show a destruction layer, ash, collapsed walls, and arrowheads embedded in burnt debris. Tablets cease abruptly, unfinished ration lists lie beside charred seals. Contemporary inscriptions, including the lamentation over the destruction of record the event in solemn cadence. The storm took the city. Its people were scattered like broken reeds. Excavation of royal tombs indicates that the city was plundered but not abandoned. Life continued amid ruin, but the central archive, the empire's memory, was gone. Yet the legacy of did not vanish. Successor dynasties across Mesopotamia, from Isin and Larsa to Babylon, continued their institutions. The Isin rulers revived festivals, restored its temples, and recopied its law codes. The architecture of the empire endured as a template, even when its builders were forgotten. The idea of centralized governance, the legal structure of proportional justice, and the practice of state-supported literacy all descend from this Sumerian culmination. Archaeology traces this continuity in every seal impression, every administrative tablet reused or recopied under new dynasties. The clay remembered what kings could not. As dusk fell upon the southern plain, the ruins of glowed faintly under copper horizon. The great ziggurat still stood, its bricks eroded but unyielding, steps ascending into wind and silence. Below, the canal beds shimmered with residual water, thin and reflective as mirrors of memory. The empire had ended, but the script of civilization remained intact, written across the land in mounds of clay, in the invisible geometry of canals, in the enduring vocabulary of law and measure. The rivers would shift their course, but the logic of order they inspired would flow on into every future kingdom. By 2050 BC, Egypt emerged from a century of fragmentation into an age of reconstruction, the Middle Kingdom, a period defined by the deliberate restoration of unity. The collapse of the Old Kingdom around 2180 BC had left the Nile Valley divided among regional governors, the nomarchs, whose rivalries and local loyalties eroded royal authority. Archaeological evidence from provincial tombs at Beni Hassan, Asiyut, and El Bashash shows the material culture of this interregnum, walls painted with scenes of regional prosperity, yet inscriptions that omit the name of any reigning pharaoh. Egypt had remained civilized but leaderless. It was not barbarism that followed the Old Kingdom's fall, but decentralization, a network of competent administrations without a center. The reunification began in Thebes, where a dynasty of southern rulers, known to history as the 11th dynasty, gradually extended control northward. Excavations of the mortuary complex of Mentuhotep II at Deir el-Bahari confirm his status as Egypt's restorer. Built against the cliffs of western Thebes around 2050 BC, the complex combines temple, terrace, and tomb, a synthesis of architecture and theology unprecedented in earlier periods. Its design, later echoed in the New Kingdom temples of Hatshepsut and others, symbolizes ascent, a processional path rising from the valley floor toward the mountain's heart, uniting earth and eternity. Inscriptions from the site proclaim Mentuhotep as he who brings together the two lands, a title that would define the Middle Kingdom's mission. Archaeological stratigraphy across Egypt reflects the scale of his consolidation. At Abydos, foundation deposits bearing Mentuhotep's name overlay earlier provincial constructions, marking reassertion of royal control. Ceramic typologies standardize once more, administrative seals reappear with national iconography, and the dual crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt return in reliefs. Egypt's renewal was not a political coup, but an administrative resurrection, the reactivation of systems dormant but not forgotten. The restored monarchy of the 12th dynasty, beginning with Amenemhat I, transformed unification into governance. Inscriptions from his pyramid complex at Lisht, near the entrance to the Fayum, speak of rebuilding canals, reorganizing the provinces, and fortifying the eastern frontier. Excavations of these canals, particularly the Bahr Yusuf, a channel connecting the Nile to the Fayum basin, reveal engineering modifications datable to this reign. The project created new farmland, evidence of state-directed irrigation as national policy. Egypt's stability rested on infrastructure, not conquest. The landscape itself became an administrative document, written in water and stone. Amenemhat I also redefined the ideology of kingship. Unlike the distant god-kings of the Old Kingdom, the pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom styled himself as servant of order, an executor of divine law rather than embodiment of divinity. Literary texts from this era, such as the Instruction of Amenemhat, preserve this ethos in reflective prose, a father's counsel to his son, warning against complacency and betrayal. Archaeological corroboration of such introspective governance appears in the abundance of bureaucratic papyri from this period, accounts, letters, and legal records demonstrating an unprecedented literacy among officials. The scribal class, trained in state schools, became the new nobility. Power had turned from inheritance to education. At the center of this administrative world stood Ichtoy, Amenemhat's new capital, located near modern Lisht. Though largely unexcavated, surrounding cemeteries and settlements reveal its dual character, proximity to both the fertile Nile and the desert routes eastward. From here, royal decrees radiated through a hierarchy of governors and inspectors. Sealings from provincial archives confirm regular communication between center and periphery, each document referencing year X of the king, reflecting a shared chronology binding the nation. The invention of a unified calendar system transformed time itself into bureaucracy. Material culture of the Middle Kingdom reflects the same balance of precision and restraint. Sculpture favored introspection over grandeur. Seated statues of pharaohs, such as Senusret III, exhibit heavy eyelids and lined faces, expressions of vigilance rather than divinity. These features, rendered in diorite and granite, convey the psychological realism of a state that had learned fragility. The king was no longer eternal stone, but mortal custodian. The temples and tombs of this age mirror that humility, smaller in scale, exacting in proportion, and rich in text. The Egyptian state had matured from monumentality to reflection. As the sun set upon the floodplain, its light glinted off the limestone terraces of Deir el-Bahari and the river's measured current. From the heights of Thebes, the valley stretched northward in disciplined geometry, fields, canals, and villages aligned with the Nile's eternal course. The age of renewal had begun not through conquest, but through calibration. Egypt, once fractured, had rediscovered itself through structure. By 1970 BC, the Middle Kingdom stood at the height of its administrative discipline and cultural confidence. The 12th dynasty, spanning nearly 2 centuries, transformed Egypt into a precisely managed organism, where every district, harvest, and ceremony served the rhythm of centralized order. Archaeological archives from El-Lahan, Ilahan, and Kahan, settlements built near the pyramids of Senusret II, preserve the daily mechanics of this system. Excavations conducted in the early 20th century by Flinders Petrie uncovered papyri detailing grain accounts, legal contracts, and household inventories. These documents reveal a bureaucracy fluent in balance, taxes adjusted to flood levels, workers' wages distributed in measured rations of barley and beer, property disputes adjudicated by local scribes. Egypt's genius in this era lay not in conquest, but in coordination. The reigns of Senusret I and Senusret II expanded this administrative order outward through irrigation and inward through ideology. Inscriptions on boundary stelae found near Elephantine and Buhin record the establishment of forts along the Nubian frontier, strongholds built not solely for defense, but to secure trade routes and oversee expeditions for gold and diorite. Excavations at Buhin reveal extensive mud-brick ramparts, barracks, and storerooms, evidence of permanent garrisons maintained under a rotational system of supply from the north. Each fortress was a node in Egypt's hydraulic empire, its provisions tallied by scribes, its soldiers fed by canals. The state's borders, like its fields, were irrigated by record-keeping. Meanwhile, the Fayum Basin became the crown jewel of internal development. Archaeological coring and sediment analysis confirm large-scale land reclamation during this period, turning flood-fed wetlands into cultivable farmland. Canals and embankments were reinforced with limestone revetments, some inscribed with royal names. The transformation of the Fayum was less an engineering project than an act of state theology, the pharaoh restoring balance to nature through measured intervention. In Egypt's worldview, civilization was not opposed to the natural world, it was its calibration. The Middle Kingdom's capital, Ichtoi, whose exact location remains debated but is generally placed near Lisht, functioned as the bureaucratic heart of this new Egypt. Though the city itself lies buried beneath centuries of Nile sediment, satellite archaeology and survey data from surrounding cemeteries reveal its magnitude. Officials buried in nearby mastabas carried titles such as Overseer of the Double Granary and Scribe of the Fields of the King. Funerary reliefs show them holding scrolls rather than weapons, their authority intellectual rather than martial. The Egyptian elite had evolved from warriors into record keepers. Civilization had learned that knowledge could govern as effectively as conquest. The literature of this era reflects that transformation. Texts like the tale of the shipwrecked sailor, the eloquent peasant, and the instructions of Ptahhotep articulate a new ethical rationalism, a belief that eloquence, reason, and justice were the true instruments of order. These works, preserved on papyri from Kahan and Thebes, mark the first flowering of prose in recorded history. Their grammar, precise, balanced, devoid of mythic flourish, mirrors the architecture of their time. Egypt had turned from myth-making to introspection, from eternity to equity. Archaeological parallels reinforce this shift. In private tombs of the period, scenes of agriculture, craft, and trade replaced the cosmic tableaus of earlier dynasties. The afterlife had become domestic, continuity through competence. The architecture of the 12th dynasty mirrored its intellectual clarity. The pyramid complexes of Amenemhat I at Lisht, Senusret II at Lahan, and Senusret III at Darsha exhibit a return to geometric restraint after the grandeur of the Old Kingdom. The limestone casing, now thinner and often replaced by mud-brick cores, reflects pragmatic adaptation to limited resources. Excavations reveal extensive use of internal chambers, storage galleries, and ritual chapels, a functional aesthetic emphasizing utility within sanctity. Relief fragments from these sites depict the king performing offerings before deities, the lines austere and elegant, the composition rationally proportioned. Monumentality had evolved into grammar, every angle and articulation of control. Senusrit III's reign, around 1870–1839 BC, marks the apex of this ideology of order. Archaeological surveys along the Second Cataract in Nubia document a chain of fortresses, Mergissa, Uranati, Semna and Kama, constructed within a single generation. Each fortress was positioned to command the Nile's narrowest points, their walls of mud bricks strengthened with stone and their inscriptions recording river levels. The famous Semna stela, found in situ, quotes Senusrit, "The southern boundary is fixed forever. None shall pass it, save the messenger or the trader." Here architecture became geography, and geography became law. Egypt's empire was not expansionist in spirit, it was gravitational, drawing the world inward through structure. By the end of the 12th dynasty, Egypt's influence extended deep into Nubia and the Levant, not through conquest alone, but through the magnetism of order. Pottery, scarabs, and inscriptions found at Byblos and Ugarit testify to Egyptian presence in trade colonies. In return, cedar, copper, and lapis flowed northward along the Nile's eternal artery. Each exchange carried not only goods but governance, the diffusion of an idea that harmony could be maintained through measurement. As twilight descended upon Lisht, the outlines of pyramids softened against the horizon, their angles blurred by centuries of sand and light. Scribes in their courtyards unrolled papyri, recording the river's height and the year's yield. In those quiet acts of writing, Egypt's renewal revealed its essence, not triumph but maintenance, not conquest but equilibrium. Civilization, now self-aware, had mastered the art of endurance. By 1850 BC, Egypt had reached a level of organization and internal coherence that astonished even its later chroniclers. Under the later kings of the 12th dynasty, Amenemhat III and Amenemhat IV, the state perfected the administrative and hydraulic systems that had been centuries in development. The archaeological record of this period, dense with papyri, stelae, and engineering works, reveals a civilization that equated stability with virtue and measurement with morality. Egypt was not simply rich, it was calibrated. Menemhat III's reign, lasting nearly half a century, produced the most ambitious engineering projects of the Middle Kingdom. Excavations in the Fayum region, particularly around Hawara and Elahan, reveal massive irrigation and reclamation works attributed to his administration. Sediment, cores, and topographic analysis show that the water levels of Lake Moeris were artificially regulated through a system of sluices and embankments, transforming the basin into a vast reservoir. The Bahr Yusuf Canal, expanded and deepened, redistributed the Nile's floodwaters with mathematical precision. Contemporary inscriptions describe the king as beloved of Sobek, who controls the waters. Archaeological evidence from temple ruins at Shedit, later Crocodilopolis, supports the cult's prominence during this reign. For the Egyptians, controlling water was not domination of nature, but participation in divine equilibrium, the physical embodiment of Maat. The monumental centerpiece of Amenemhat III's rule was his pyramid complex at Hawara, near the southern entrance to the Fayum. The Greek historian Herodotus, visiting over a millennium later, would describe its mortuary temple as the labyrinth, claiming it surpassed even the pyramids in complexity. Excavations by Flinders Petrie in the late 19th century unearthed the vast foundations of this structure, corridors, chambers, and courtyards arranged in geometric order. The limestone casing had long been stripped, yet the layout remains discernible, a vast matrix of ritual and administration combined. Radiocarbon dating of organic inclusions in the mortar situates its construction between 1850 and 1800 BC, aligning precisely with Amenemhat's reign. In this monument, architecture again became statecraft, not a tomb alone, but a symbolic diagram of control. The portrait statues of Amenemhat III, carved from dark granodiorite and schist, display an introspective realism unprecedented in Egyptian royal art. Deep-set eyes, furrowed brow, and taut mouth replace the serene idealism of earlier dynasties. These features, replicated in multiple examples found at Hawara, Karnak, and Tanis, convey vigilance rather than divinity, the physiognomy of a ruler aware of the burden of order. Art historians interpret this realism as political philosophy in stone, the king as custodian, weary yet unwavering. The same psychological gravity permeates private tomb sculpture of the period, suggesting that introspection had become an accepted mode of power. Beyond the Nile Valley, Egypt's diplomacy and trade expanded into what archaeologists term the Middle Bronze Age global system. Excavations at Byblos, Ugarit, and Ebla yield Egyptian scarabs, faience vessels, and gold ornaments inscribed with the cartouches of 12th dynasty kings. In exchange, Egypt imported cedar, copper, silver, and lapis lazuli. At the same time, expeditions to Nubia intensified. Fortresses such as Semna, Kama, and Uranati were augmented under Amenemhat III, each manned by permanent garrisons. Excavations reveal records of Nile levels etched onto stone stele, systematic hydrological observations spanning decades. The empire monitored its river like a pulse, measuring health through flow. The same precision defined Egypt's administration of justice. Papyri from El Lahan and the Cairo Museum preserve detailed court proceedings from this period, disputes over property boundaries, inheritance, and debt. The language is procedural and formulaic, the sentences rendered in exact copies for archival preservation. The state's interest lay not in punishment, but in record, every judgment and affirmation of continuity. The vizier, highest of royal officials, functioned as the axis between law and governance. Archaeological references to viziers such as Keti and Khnumhotep appear on tomb inscriptions, emphasizing their dual identity as moral arbiters and logistical administrators. The legal system was not external to religion, it was its secular manifestation. Under Amenemhat III, Egypt's prosperity approached equilibrium so perfect that later historians idealized it as the Golden Age. Yet the archaeological evidence also reveals signs of exhaustion, declining quality in monumental masonry, increased use of mud brick, and administrative overreach. The very precision that sustained the Middle Kingdom began to constrain it. In later years, foreign names appear in papyri, Nubians, Asiatics, and Levantine traders settling within Egypt's borders. Excavations in the Delta show mixed pottery assemblages combining Egyptian and Near Eastern forms, signaling growing multicultural presence. The empire's borders were porous, its order increasingly cosmopolitan. By 1750 BC, the old capital at Ichthoi had begun to lose prominence, while new administrative centers rose in the Delta to manage trade and immigration. The 13th dynasty, though formally continuous, shows a proliferation of royal names and brief reigns, a sign of fragmentation beneath the surface. The papyrus records grow inconsistent, the seals multiply, and the monumental silence of unfinished pyramids speaks of dwindling authority. The flood continued its annual rise, but the political rhythm faltered. At dusk, the last light touched the still waters of the Fayum, gliding across the sluices and embankments Amenemhat had built. Fishermen cast their nets where priests once measured the flood. The monuments of order endured, but the voice that had commanded them was fading into time. Egypt had achieved its perfect balance, and with perfection came stillness, the prelude to decline. By 1750 BC, Egypt's Middle Kingdom had entered its twilight, not in ruin, but in gradual diffusion. The powerful kings of the 12th dynasty had engineered a civilization of unparalleled balance, but their successors of the 13th and 14th dynasties inherited a machine too intricate to maintain. Archaeological evidence reveals the quiet unraveling of a system stretched across both geography and generations. The bureaucratic centers of Lisht and Ichthoi still functioned, yet their correspondence weakened. Papyrus archives grew smaller and more erratic. Seal impressions multiplied as local administrators assumed greater autonomy, and provincial monuments showed divergent artistic styles. Unity persisted in form, but not in pulse. The 13th dynasty's kings, though numerous, more than 30 names recorded in barely a century, lacked the durable legitimacy of their predecessors. Excavations at Darsha, Hawara, and Masguna have uncovered incomplete pyramid complexes from this period, their mud brick cores exposed, casing stones never set. Radiocarbon dating places these projects between 1750 and 1700 BC, aligning precisely with Egypt's political thinning. The pyramids of the Middle Kingdom, once diagrams of precision, now resembled interrupted sentences. Yet even in incompleteness, their foundations display continuity, the same grid plans, the same alignment to cardinal points. Egypt's decline was not collapse, but attenuation, the fading of a system that had defined perfection too well to evolve. The Delta, Egypt's northern gateway, became the crucible of change. Archaeological strata from Tel el-Dabba, later known as Avaris, reveal layers of Canaanite pottery, Levantine-style burials, and architectural techniques distinct from the Nile's traditional canon. Isotopic analysis of skeletal remains indicates non-local origins, suggesting migration rather than invasion. These newcomers, traders, laborers, and pastoralists from the Levant integrated into Egypt's economy as craftsmen and mercenaries. Over generations, their settlements grew into enclaves of hybrid culture. Egyptian scarabs appear alongside Syro-Palestinian ceramics. Temples dedicated to local deities share space with shrines to Baal and Anat. Archaeology depicts not conquest but osmosis, Egypt's porous frontiers absorbing foreign breath. Meanwhile, Egypt's southern provinces retain the legacy of stability. Excavations at Thebes and Elephantine show continuity of ritual, administration, and trade. Stele inscribed with the names of local governors attest to independent prosperity. The fortresses of Nubia, once sentinels of empire, now became isolated enclaves. Inscriptions from Semna record diminishing garrisons, reduced rations, and eventual abandonment. Climate data from Nile sediment cores suggest fluctuating flood levels during this era, aggravating agricultural imbalance. State's administrative precision, so long its virtue, struggled against the unpredictability of the environment it sought to measure. The artistic and literary production of this late Middle Kingdom era reflects an awareness of fragility. Texts such as the Dialogue of a Man with His Soul and the Admonitions of Ipua, preserved in later copies, lament chaos and moral uncertainty. Order has fled, the Nile is empty. One line reads, not historical report, but existential recognition. Archaeology provides context. Private tombs of this period become smaller, less ornate, yet more intimate, their reliefs emphasizing family, labor, and daily sustenance. The grandeur of eternity gave way to the pragmatism of survival. Egypt had turned inward, philosophically as well as politically. By 1700 BC, the Delta's mixed communities had consolidated into local powers, while Thebes maintained authority in the south. The 15th dynasty, known in later Egyptian memory as the rule of the Hyksos, rulers of foreign lands, arose from these northern enclaves. Archaeological evidence from Tel el-Dabba indicates their gradual rise, not through sudden conquest, but through administrative absorption. Their seals mimic Egyptian hieroglyphs. Their temples, though devoted to foreign gods, follow Egyptian building plans. The Hyksos ruled as Egyptians, pragmatic inheritors of the civilization they entered. The distinction between native and foreign blurred within the continuity of bureaucratic language. The transformation that followed was less catastrophe than adaptation. Egypt had expanded its definition of identity, its borders now linguistic and cultural rather than geographic. Excavations reveal continued trade between Thebes and Avaris even during periods of supposed division. Pottery sequences demonstrate uniform production techniques, and papyri discovered at El Lahan contain references to Levantine names within state employment. The record speaks of permeability, not paralysis. Egypt's genius for equilibrium persisted by incorporating difference. Still, the memory of unity lingered. In later generations, Theban scribes would portray the Hyksos era as foreign occupation, a moral drama preceding deliverance. Yet archaeology tells a subtler story, coexistence before consolidation. The Middle Kingdom had not perished, it had metamorphosed. The structures of law, writing, and water management continued, reinterpreted under new rulers. When Thebes would later rise again to forge the new kingdom, it would do so not from emptiness, but from continuity, a civilization reborn through adaptation. As the sun sank behind the cliffs of Thebes, its reflection glimmered faintly across the Fayum's still waters. The canals Amenemhat had built continued to flow, their channels silted but alive. Over them passed traders speaking Egyptian and Canaanite alike, their boats laden with grain and lapis. The monuments of the Middle Kingdom stood half-buried, yet their geometry endured, silent testimony to a civilization that measured not only its land, but its endurance. Egypt had survived its perfection, and in surviving, prepared itself for transformation. By 1650 BC, Egypt stood divided once more, yet this fragmentation was not the chaos of collapse, but the prelude to transformation. The Second Intermediate Period unfolded as a mosaic of competing powers, each preserving fragments of the old Middle Kingdom order. Archaeological strata across the Nile Delta, Thebes, and Nubia reveal coexistence rather than ruin, layers of Egyptian, Levantine, and Nubian material intertwined. The old units of culture had dissolved into plurality, but beneath the surface, Egypt's enduring grammar of administration, ritual, and measurement remained intact. The empire had dispersed, not disappeared. In the Delta, the city of Avaris, modern Tel el-Dabba, became the center of northern rule. Excavations led by Manfred Biatak have uncovered an urban landscape unlike any earlier Egyptian settlement. Streets are lined irregularly, houses with courtyards built in Levantine style, and temples devoted to both Egyptian and Canaanite deities. Pottery assemblages combine local Nile silt wares with imported Syrian forms, while faience workshops and granaries demonstrate advanced urban economy. Radiocarbon dating places the main occupation phase between 1650 and 1550 BC, coinciding precisely with the reigns of the Hyksos, the rulers of foreign lands. Far from destructive invaders, the archaeological record identifies them as integrated elites, Levantine migrants who adopted Egyptian administrative practices while retaining elements of their heritage. Their seals inscribed in Egyptian hieroglyphs, but bearing West Semitic names such as Kion and Apophis, illustrate this dual identity. Textual and stratigraphic evidence confirm that Avaris was Egypt's first cosmopolitan capital. Cargo from Cyprus, Crete, and the Levant flowed through its harbors, redistributed along Nile trade routes reaching as far south as Thebes. Excavated amphorae and imported tin ingots indicate Egypt's participation in the Eastern Mediterranean economy during the Middle Bronze Age. The Hyksos, fluent in the commerce of the region, reconnected Egypt to an international network that had faded after the 12th dynasty. Their presence marked not occupation, but reintegration, a reopening of the Nile to the world beyond its deserts. In the south, the city of Thebes remained the guardian of continuity. Archaeological remains from the 17th dynasty tombs at Dra Abu el Naga show that Theban rulers maintained royal titulary, temple rituals, and scribal schools even during political division. Inscriptions of kings, such as Seqenenetau and Kamos, carved upon limestone stelae, proclaim loyalty to Ammon and defiance toward the Asiatics of the north. These texts, preserved in situ, are less declarations of hatred than affirmations of legitimacy, Thebes defining itself as heir to the sacred unity of Egypt. The temples at Karnak, expanded during this time, became ideological strongholds where theology replaced territory. The Hyksos period introduced material innovations that would later shape Egypt's imperial revival. Archaeological finds from Avaris and Thebes include horse bones, chariot fragments, and composite bows, technologies originating from Western Asia. The chariot, represented in small terracotta models and surviving wheel components, transformed warfare from static defense to mobile strategy. The bronze-tipped arrowheads found in Hyksos levels at Tel el-Dabba mark Egypt's entry into a new military age. When the Thebans eventually mastered these innovations, they would wield them to create an empire. Ironically, Egypt's foreign rulers taught it how to conquer. Cultural interaction extended beyond warfare. Excavations at Avaris reveal Egyptian-style scarabs inscribed with foreign motifs, rosettes, griffins, and spiral designs derived from the Aegean. Nearby, fresco fragments painted in Minoan technique, true fresco on lime plaster, depict bull-leaping scenes identical to those at Knossos. Scientific analysis of pigments and plaster composition confirms local manufacture, suggesting the presence of Minoan artisans in the Hyksos court. Avaris, therefore, was not merely Egypt's capital, but its first international city, a meeting point of African, Asiatic, and Aegean traditions. In Upper Egypt, archaeology traces a subtler transformation. Thebes, though politically constrained, preserved the moral and ritual order of earlier dynasties. Tomb paintings from the period depict daily life with renewed intimacy, harvests, fishing, music, and feasting, scenes of continuity amid division. One painted coffin from this era bears the earliest version of the Book of the Dead, fragments of spells written in cursive hieroglyphs. These texts, later canonized during the New Kingdom, reveal a theology turning inward, salvation through knowledge, resurrection through recitation. Egypt was preparing its soul even as its body lay divided. By 1600 BC, two Egypts coexisted, the northern realm of the Hyksos, commercially vibrant and outward-looking, and the southern kingdom of Thebes, introspective yet resolute. Archaeology records contact between them, Hyksos-style pottery found in Theban tombs and Theban scarabs recovered from Avaris. The boundary was political, not civilizational. Each side mirrored the other, preserving fragments of unity through exchange. The stage was set for convergence, not through negotiation, but through conquest. At dusk, the delta winds carried the scent of cedar from ships unloading at Avaris, while far to the south, the priests of Thebes lit lamps before Ammon's image. Between them stretched a river that remembered both unity and fracture. Egypt's next rebirth would come not from foreign rule or royal decree, but from the will to reconcile its own divided reflection. By 1580 BC, the fragile balance between Thebes and Avaris had hardened into opposition. The Nile still bound both realms by trade and flood, but the ideological gulf between them had become absolute. The Hyksos rulers of the Delta maintained the outward forms of Egyptian kingship, adopting the double crown, erecting temples to Ra and Seth, and issuing scarabs inscribed with their royal pronomens. Yet in Thebes, their legitimacy was denied. Excavations of stelae and inscriptions from this period record two vocabularies of kingship. In the north, pragmatic syncretism. In the south, sacred exclusivity. The conflict that would reunify Egypt was not merely political but theological, a contest for the right to define order itself. Archaeological data illuminate the material distinction between these worlds. At Tel el-Dabba, palatial complexes built by the Hyksos reveal a hybrid architectural language, Levantine-style courtyards combined with Egyptian columned halls. Excavations have uncovered storage magazines filled with amphorae stamped with Cretan and Cypriot symbols, attesting to thriving maritime commerce. The wealth of Avaris derived from the sea, not the river. In contrast, Thebes, inland, agrarian, and devout, focused on consolidating the cult of Ammon. Stratigraphic layers at Karnak show continuous temple expansion during the 16th century BC, even as political borders shrank. Inscriptions carved on blocks reused from earlier structures bear the names of Theban kings, Seqenenetau and Kamos, invoking divine mandate to restore unity. Thebes could not match Avaris in trade or population, but it surpassed it on purpose. The trigger for open conflict is recorded in the Rhind mathematical papyrus and later Theban inscriptions. A preserved letter, partly propagandistic, partly historical, recounts an insult delivered by the Hyksos king Apophis to Seqenenetau. The northern ruler claimed the hippopotami in Thebes' sacred lake disturbed his sleep in Avaris, demanding their destruction. This absurd complaint, however legendary, symbolized the moral breach between the two courts. Archaeological evidence supports an escalation in hostilities soon afterward. Excavations at Thebes have uncovered weapons caches, arrowheads, and maces within royal tomb precincts, a sign of mobilization. At Tel el-Dabba, layers of fortification repair and burn debris correspond to this period, indicating raids or siege preparation. Seqenenetau's end, preserved in his mummy discovered at Deir el-Bahri, gives human shape to this struggle. The skull bears multiple wounds, axe, spear, and dagger strikes, suggesting he died in combat or execution. Radiocarbon analysis confirms his death around 1570 BC, aligning with the earliest phase of the Theban War of Liberation. His sacrifice became a political liturgy. Thebes would enshrine his memory as the martyr who reawakened Egypt's unity. The campaign continued under his successors, Kamos and Ahmose. Archaeological inscriptions found on the Kamos stele, discovered at Karnak and now in the Cairo Museum, provide the earliest Egyptian war narrative written in first person. Kamos recounts his decision to strike north, accusing his advisors of cowardice. "Shall I remain while another rules the land?" The stele describes Theban fleets sailing down the Nile, attacking Hyksos outposts, and seizing ships laden with Asiatic goods. Archaeological corroboration comes from destruction layers at Tel el-Yahudiya and Tel el-Habwa, where Hyksos fortifications show burn traces consistent with mid-16th century BC radiocarbon dates. Thebes had begun to reclaim the river, kilometer by kilometer. Technological adaptation gave the Thebans their advantage. Archaeological discoveries of horse skeletons, bronze scabbards, and spoked wheels at Deir el-Balas, Kamos's northern military base, demonstrate that the southern armies had mastered the chariot and composite bow, innovations once monopolized by the Hyksos. Isotopic analysis of bronze fragments shows alloy compositions identical to those found in Avaris, implying capture and local reproduction. Egypt had learned its enemy's craft. Each technological assimilation narrowed the divide between foreign and native until only they distinguished them. In Thebes, the spiritual climate intensified. Excavations at Karnak reveal new chapels dedicated to Amun-Ra, fusing the local god of Thebes with the solar deity of national kingship. Reliefs carved during this period depict the pharaoh offering captives to Amun, a visual theology of purification. The temple's architecture expanded into a monumental axis aligned with the rising sun, a physical prophecy of renewal. Thebes' priests transformed war into ritual, every victory a restoration of Maat, every battle a sacred act of balance. By the end of Kamos's short reign, Theban forces had reached the approaches of the delta. Archaeological surveys along the Fayum and Memphis corridors record signs of conflict, abandoned settlements, weapon caches, and mass burials. Textual fragments refer to negotiations with Nubian allies, suggesting that Thebes' reach now extended southward as well as northward. Egypt's long-fractured geography was converging under a single military horizon. At sunset, as the Nile widened into the delta, the distinction between the two Egypts blurred in the bronze reflection of its waters. The foreign and the native, the Levantine and the African, the sea and the river, all had mingled through a century of coexistence and conflict. Out of that mixture, a new Egypt was forming, one that would rise not merely to expel foreigners, but to conquer the world beyond its borders. By 1560 BC, Egypt's struggle for unification had entered its decisive phase. The Hyksos still controlled the delta from Avaris, but their frontiers had contracted under Theban pressure. Archaeological surveys show that trade through the eastern delta had slowed. Imported Canaanite pottery, once abundant, diminished sharply, replaced by local Egyptian wares. The canal routes connecting the Nile to the Mediterranean silted as conflict disrupted maintenance. The delta's wealth, once maritime, had turned defensive, while Thebes, inland and resilient, advanced under a new generation of rulers. The emergence of Ahmose I, son of Seqenenetau and brother of Kamos, transformed resistance into restoration. Excavations in Thebes and Abydos provide the clearest picture of this transition. The Ahmose pyramid complex at Abydos, though smaller than those of earlier dynasties, was the last royal pyramid built in Egypt's history. Its limestone foundation blocks, inscribed with the king's titles, emphasize renewal and continuity. He who restores that which was broken. Nearby, stele carved into the cliffs record offerings to Ammon and Reharakti, merging Theban and solar deities into a single pantheon. Archaeological analysis of the site confirms ceremonial reuse of older Middle Kingdom materials, a deliberate act of reclamation. Ahmose was not inventing kingship, he was resurrecting it from memory. Military evidence for his campaigns is scattered but compelling. Excavations at Tel El Dabba reveal thick destruction layers corresponding to the mid-16th century BC, collapsed mud brick walls, burned storage silos, and arrowheads embedded in charred debris. Radiocarbon dates align with Ahmose's recorded reign, c. 1550 BC, confirming textual accounts of Avaris' siege. The Ahmose stela, discovered at Karnak and now in the Luxor Museum, describes his victory as both political and cosmic. I smote the Asiatics and made the land whole again. Inscriptions from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, a naval officer buried at Elkab, supplement this record. His autobiographical text, carved in formal hieroglyphs, recounts 3 river battles fought at Avaris and a final pursuit of the enemy to Sharuhin in southern Canaan. Archaeology corroborates his testimony. Destruction layers at Tel El Ajal and Sharuhin reveal signs of Egyptian assault shortly after Avaris' fall. These campaigns mark Egypt's first deliberate expansion beyond its borders. The logistical evidence is striking. Papyri fragments from Thebes record allocations of grain, beer, and linen for thousands of soldiers. Stable isotope analysis of human remains from military cemeteries in Middle Egypt confirms the movement of large populations northward. The war was not an uprising, but a state project, a reconstruction through mobilization. Egypt, reborn in defense, discovered the empire through necessity. Ahmose's consolidation extended southward as well. Excavations at Buhan and Aniba in Nubia reveal reoccupation of fortresses abandoned during the Second Intermediate Period. Newly inscribed stele commemorate victories over Kushite chiefs, suggesting simultaneous campaigns on 2 fronts. Trade routes reopened. Nubian gold, ivory, and cattle once again flowed northward, restoring economic lifeblood to Thebes. Archaeological residue of imported Nubian pottery within Theban granaries indicates sustained exchange. Egypt's revival was hemispheric, reassertion in both directions of its riverine axis. In Thebes, the Temple of Karnak became the architectural expression of this renewal. Excavations show a vast expansion of its processional avenues and pylons under Ahmose's reign. The foundations of the earliest known court of Ammon date from this time, incorporating Middle Kingdom masonry alongside new limestone blocks. Foundation deposits containing miniature vessels, amulets, and inscribed plaques record dedications to Amun-Re, king of the gods. The temple's alignment, east to west, embodied the passage of the sun, daily rebirth as metaphor for political restoration. Archaeological context makes clear that these were not mere rituals of thanksgiving, they were blueprints of rebirth. The post-war decades saw a deliberate reconstruction of administration. Ceilings from Theban tombs and administrative sites show the reappearance of centralized offices, overseer of the granary, treasurer of the king, commander of the troops of the north and south. Inscriptions list officials who had served under both Kamos and Ahmose, demonstrating institutional continuity. Egypt had reclaimed its own bureaucracy, the true engine of the empire. Even writing itself reflects this renewal. Orthography stabilized, hieroglyphs standardized, and cursive hieratic script flourished in administrative papyri. Order, once fragmented by dialect and regional practice, had returned to language. Archaeologically, Ahmose's reign closes the Second Intermediate Period and inaugurates the New Kingdom. Pottery typologies, burial customs, and temple designs across the Nile Valley shift abruptly but coherently. The humble mud brick tombs of the Theban elite give way to rock-cut chapels lined with painted reliefs. These depictions show chariots, composite bows, and foreign tribute, images of a nation conscious of its outward gaze. In one mural from El Kab, sailors row northward beneath the caption, "Journey to Rit Jenu," the Egyptian name for Syria-Palestine. Egypt, once defensive, had turned exploratory. By the time of Ahmos's death around 1525 BC, the Hyksos were gone, and Egypt's frontiers extended to the Sinai and Nubia. Excavations at Avaris show rapid abandonment followed by Egyptian reoccupation, the site renamed Perennefer, Good Journey, later a naval base for the kings of the 18th dynasty. The Theban south and Delta north, reconciled through blood and labor, were one again. The rivers, temples, and archives spoke the same language of order. As night settled over the Nile, the stars mirrored the lights of new temples rising at Karnak. The waters that once divided Egypt's two worlds now reflected a single horizon. From the ruins of division had emerged a civilization tempered by experience, armed with innovation, and prepared, at last, to face the world beyond its deserts. By 1550 BC, the Egyptian world was transformed. Hyksos had vanished from the delta, their capital at Avaris reclaimed and reimagined as an Egyptian stronghold. The twin lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, divided for nearly 2 centuries, were once again unified under the rule of Ahmose I, founder of the 18th dynasty. Archaeology, inscription, and architecture together bear witness to this consolidation. The Nile Valley, from Elephantine to the Mediterranean, resonated with rebuilding, temples re-roofed, canals dredged, fortresses reoccupied. Yet beneath this restoration lay something unprecedented: ambition. The trauma of foreign rule had taught Egypt that isolation was vulnerability. The new kingdom would be born not from retreat, but from projection, a civilization prepared to command the horizons. Excavations at Tel el-Dabba show this transformation in material form. The once foreign Hyksos capital became Perennefer, an Egyptian naval base and shipyard. Archaeological strata reveal extensive reconstruction, new quays, storage magazines, and workshops built atop the ruins of Hyksos palaces. Amphorae imported from the Aegean and Levant fill the later levels, evidence of revived trade under Egyptian administration. Inscribed scarabs and ceilings bearing Ahmos's cartouche confirm the city's reincorporation into royal control. What had once been a symbol of division now served as the northern gate of the empire. In Thebes, the transformation was ideological. Excavations at Karnak and Luxor temples show the earliest monumental building programs of the New Kingdom: axial corridors, open courtyards, and colossal pylons aligned to the sun's course. Inscriptions dedicated to Amun-Ra declare him king of the gods, a theological synthesis uniting solar creation with Theban sovereignty. This fusion, born during the War of Liberation, now became the foundation of the empire. The god who had guided Thebes through adversity would henceforth rule Egypt's destiny. Archaeological analysis of foundation deposits at Karnak reveals layers of faience vessels, scarabs, and model tools inscribed with dedications from the reign of Ahmose and his queen, Ahmose Nefertari, who assumed the title God's Wife of Ammon. Her role, documented in temple reliefs and papyri, institutionalized the partnership between priesthood and throne. Through her, divine authority was embodied in continuity. The economy of renewal extended beyond theology. Excavations at El Kab, Abydos, and Edfu uncover newly built administrative complexes and granaries, evidence of a state once again capable of provisioning armies and sustaining construction on a national scale. Papyri from this era list deliveries of grain and cattle to Thebes, Nubia, and the Delta, indicating a unified taxation network. Radiocarbon analysis of construction timbers from these sites suggests synchronized building phases, demonstrating coordinated governance across vast distances. Egypt's unity was now infrastructural, an organism of stone, water, and record. The aftermath of victory also reshaped Egypt's military consciousness. Archaeological finds from the royal necropolis at Dra Abu el Naga include weapons, bronze daggers, composite bows, and ceremonial axes interred with soldiers who fought in the liberation wars. Their tomb inscriptions record campaigns to Shahruhin and Kush, marking the first outward thrusts of Egyptian power beyond its natural frontiers. The empire's army, once defensive, had become expeditionary. The same chariot technology once imported by the Hyksos was now standardized within Egyptian arsenals. Workshops at Thebes produced spoked wheels and bronze fittings identical to those unearthed at Tel el-Dabba. What had been adaptation became innovation. Ahmos's successors institutionalized this momentum. His son, Amenhotep I, inherited not a wounded realm but a mobilized state. Archaeological traces from his reign at Thebes, including foundation inscriptions at Deir el-Bahri, attest to continued temple building and administrative expansion. The foundation of new villages, such as Deir el-Medina, to house royal artisans, signals a planned economy of craftsmanship that would sustain Egypt's monumental future. The workers' village excavations reveal standardized houses, storage bins, and ostraka inscribed with daily records, wages, supplies, attendance, the archaeology of order reborn. The psychological transformation of Egypt in this period is visible in its art. Tomb paintings from Thebes, such as those of the noble Ahmose ben Nekhabit, depict victorious soldiers bringing foreign tribute, copper ingots, cattle, and captives. The compositions are confident, yet orderly, devoid of the uncertainty of the Middle Kingdom. The Egyptians now saw themselves not as caretakers of balance alone, but as arbiters of a universal ma'at, their order destined to extend beyond their borders. The past century of division had been transmuted into ideology. Meanwhile, traces of Hyksos material culture persisted, not as memory of defeat, but as evidence of integration. Archaeologists find Asiatic motifs in amulets and pottery from Thebes and Memphis, foreign names recorded in administrative papyri, and Levantine styles absorbed into Egyptian iconography. The conqueror had absorbed the conquered. Egypt's new power was hybrid, forged through synthesis, a civilization renewed by the very forces that had once undone it. By 1550 BC, the new kingdom's dawn was unmistakable. The Nile flowed beneath a united sky, its cities humming with construction and ceremony. From the deserts of Nubia to the delta's marshes, the rhythm of labor and liturgy resumed. The temples of Ammon rose on the ruins of older shrines, their pylons gleaming in the morning light. The scribes recorded the flood, the granaries overflowed, and in the courts of Thebes, new expeditions were planned, not to defend the Nile, but to cross it. As the evening light faded over Karnak's colossal columns, the sound of chisels echoed into the dusk. The stones bore names that would soon dominate half the known world: Thutmose, Hatshepsut, Amenhotep. Egypt, tempered by division and reborn through conquest, was poised to enter its greatest age, an empire of both earth and eternity. By 1550 BC, Egypt had entered its age of radiance. The reigns of Ahmose I, Amenhotep I, and Thutmose I initiated a century of expansion, stability, and cultural brilliance unprecedented in the ancient world. Archaeological strata from Thebes, Memphis, and Nubia attest to a civilization that had not only recovered from division, but had reinvented itself as a global power. Monumental inscriptions, administrative papyri, and foreign correspondence all converge upon the same theme: the redefinition of Egypt from kingdom to empire. Its borders extended from the Fourth Cataract of Nubia to the forests of Syria. Its wealth, drawn from tribute and trade, flowed through the arteries of the Nile like the annual flood itself. The earliest phase of this transformation unfolded under Amenhotep, IC 1525–1504 BC. Excavations at Thebes reveal that his reign consolidated the administrative and religious systems revived by his father, Ahmose. Foundation deposits and brick stamps bearing his cartouche have been discovered beneath temples at Karnak and Deir el-Bahri, marking renewed construction along the sacred axis of Ammon. Inscriptions on votive stelae describe temple dedications, canal restorations, and the creation of processional roads, projects binding the spiritual geography of Egypt into a single, coordinated whole. Archaeological evidence from the village of Deir el-Medina, founded under Amenhotep I, preserves the lives of the artisans who built the royal tombs of this era. Excavated houses, ostraka, and administrative papyri record food rations, labor rotations, and even personal letters, revealing a workforce governed by literacy and schedule, the bureaucratic order of the New Kingdom made tangible in clay and limestone. Under Thutmose, IC 1404–1492 BC, Egypt crossed the thresholds of its geography. Excavations at Tombos and Sai Island in Nubia reveal the construction of massive fortresses marking the new southern frontier near the Fourth Cataract. Inscriptions carved into cliff faces along the Nile proclaim Thutmose's victory over the Kushites. He reached as far as the land of the gods' gold. Archaeological analysis of these sites identifies administrative centers complete with granaries, temples, and storage pits for cattle and grain, evidence of permanent colonization rather than simple conquest. Egypt's southern border had become a provincial network, and Nubia, rich in gold and labor, now sustained the empire's monumental appetite. The same ambition extended northward. Relief fragments from Karnak depict Thutmose's campaigns into Syria and Palestine, including the earliest Egyptian reference to Naharin, the land of the Mitanni. Excavations at Tel El Hesi and Byblos reveal scarabs and inscribed objects bearing his name, corroborating Egyptian presence in the Levant. For the first time, Egypt projected power beyond the desert barriers that had once defined its isolation. The empire's expansion was neither accidental nor purely military. It was logistical, directed by the same administrative rationality that once measured the flood. Scribes accompanied armies, recording the tribute of conquered towns, silver, lapis, chariots, and captives, and converting victory into accountancy. In Thebes, the architecture of the empire assumed its monumental form. The Temple of Karnak expanded under Thutmose into a sacred city of stone. Archaeological excavation of the fourth pylon and its adjoining hypostyle hall shows the introduction of massive sandstone columns, each inscribed with hieroglyphic dedications to Amun-Ra. The temple's axial alignment with the rising sun symbolized Egypt's new universal order, the king as cosmic administrator, measuring not only the land but the heavens. Foundation deposits discovered beneath these pylons, miniature copper tools, scarabs, and ritual vessels, bear inscriptions calling Amun the father of victory. Religion has become geography, and geography theology. The royal tombs of this period reflect a profound shift in funerary ideology. Excavations in the Valley of the Kings, initiated during the reign of Thutmose I, mark the abandonment of pyramid building in favor of hidden rock-cut tombs. Archaeologists have identified the earliest of these, KV 38 and KV 20, as belonging to Thutmose and his daughter Hatshepsut. The transition from pyramid to subterranean tomb indicates a new conception of kingship: secrecy over visibility, continuity over spectacle. The tomb's interior decoration, scenes of the sun's nocturnal voyage through the underworld, transformed death into cosmography. The architecture of eternity moved underground, while the temples above ground became its public expression. Diplomatically, Egypt's prestige began to radiate outward. Objects bearing Egyptian royal names appear in distant contexts: alabaster vessels in Crete, faience in Cyprus, and gold ornaments in Anatolia. These finds, confirmed by stratigraphy and radiocarbon analysis, attest to an expansive trade network that blurred the boundary between diplomacy and commerce. Egypt's authority was measured not only in conquest, but in circulation, the movement of goods, styles, and symbols that defined the Bronze Age's first global system. By 1500 BC, Egypt's unity was no longer a matter of geography but ideology. From the cataracts of Nubia to the cedar ports of Byblos, every stone carved with the image of the pharaoh proclaimed a singular truth: that order, Ma'at, had conquered distance. The empire's strength lay not only in armies or monuments, but in the quiet discipline of its scribes, its masons, and its priests, the administrators of the sun. As dawn broke over the Theban cliffs, the pylons of Karnak caught the first light of morning. The rays illuminated reliefs of Thutmose smiting foreign princes beneath the gaze of Amun-Ra. The symbolism was exact, the king as the sun's hand, extending light into the world's shadow. Egypt had emerged from its long night, and in the brilliance of its renewal, the ancient world would find its first empire of order. By 1490 BC, Egypt had entered the most luminous chapter of its history, the reign of Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I and stepmother of Thutmose III. Her ascent to power transformed not only the politics of succession, but the very language of kingship. Archaeological, textual, and architectural evidence from her reign reveals a sovereign who redefined empire through construction, trade, and theology rather than conquest. Excavations at Deir el-Bahri, Karnak, and Punt preserve the physical record of her unprecedented rule, a reign of peace that expanded Egypt's wealth without unsheathing the sword. The mortuary temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri, carved against the cliffs of western Thebes, remains the most eloquent monument of her vision. Excavated and restored across the last century, the temple's terraces rise in measured symmetry, colonnades of limestone blending seamlessly with the stratified rock behind them. Hieroglyphic inscriptions carved along the walls narrate her divine birth, her coronation, and the fabled expedition to Punt, the land of incense and myrrh. Archaeological studies of the temple's foundation, deposits, vessels inscribed with her throne name Matkar, confirm its construction early in her reign, around 1470 BC. The reliefs depicting the voyage to Punt are the earliest known representations of seafaring commerce in Egyptian history. Ships laden with exotic goods, foreign envoys, and aromatic trees planted upon return in temple courtyards. Analysis of botanical residues from the site reveals traces of myrrh and frankincense resin, corroborating the literal truth behind the mythic imagery. Egypt's reach had extended once more to the Red Sea, reconnecting Africa and Arabia through ritual trade. Hatshepsut's reign also redefined the theology of rule. At Karnak, inscriptions record her commissioning of two colossal obelisk pairs, each over 29 meters high, quarried from Aswan and transporting hundreds of kilometers down the Nile. One still stands, the tallest surviving obelisk in Egypt. Its polished granite surface bears the claim that it was completed in 7 months of labor. Archaeological evidence supports this assertion. Unfinished obelisks at Aswan display tool marks identical to those on the standing monolith, demonstrating organized teams of masons and engineers. These obelisks symbolize not victory but illumination, the physical manifestation of solar ascendancy. Hatshepsut's name, foremost of noble women, was inscribed within the radiance of the sun god Amun, declaring that divine favor recognized intellect and lineage over gender. In the Valley of the Kings, her burial tomb KV-20 reflects the same integration of secrecy and sanctity pioneered by her father. Excavations have uncovered deep corridors descending into the bedrock, walls painted with golden hieroglyphs detailing hymns to the sun's nocturnal journey. Fragments of canopic jars, sarcophagi, and Shabti figurines bear her dual titles, King of Upper and Lower Egypt and Daughter of Amun. Egyptologists note the deliberate linguistic ambiguity, an assertion of authority that transcended gender conventions without erasing them. Hatshepsut's rule, though contested by later scribes, demonstrated that Egyptian kingship was a theological office before it was a hereditary one. Economic archaeology reinforces her achievements. Excavations in Nubia, particularly at sites like Semna and Aniba, show continuity of Egyptian garrisons and trade under her reign. Gold extraction intensified, pottery fragments bearing her cartouches mark mining stations and forts across the Third Cataract. Simultaneously, diplomatic exchange flourished. Scarabs inscribed with her name have been found in Byblos, Ugarit, and the Aegean, indicating Egypt's expanding prestige. The evidence suggests that Hatshepsut ruled a world networked by exchange rather than dominated by force. Her empire was maritime as much as monumental. Upon her death, around 1458 BC, the balance she maintained shifted toward militarism under her successor and co-regent, Thutmose III. Excavations at Karnak reveal a sudden expansion of martial iconography after her reign, reliefs of chariot processions, captured cities, and columns of bound prisoners. Yet even this shift owed its infrastructure to her policies. The wealth that funded Thutmose's campaigns was the surplus accumulated under her economic order. Archaeology thus reveals continuity beneath contrast. Egypt's peace had prepared its armies. Thutmose III, ascending to sole rule after Hatshepsut's death, initiated the most extensive series of military campaigns in Egyptian history. The annals of Thutmose III, carved into the walls of Karnak's festival hall, document 17 expeditions into Syria and Canaan. The first and most famous, the Battle of Megiddo, stands as the earliest recorded military campaign in detail. Archaeological finds from the Jezreel Valley corroborate the Egyptian account. Burn layers dated to the mid-15th century BC, Egyptian weaponry, and administrative scarabs found in the region. The inscriptions record logistical precision, the measurement of supplies, the calculation of routes, the counting of prisoners. War itself had become bureaucratic. At its zenith, Thutmose's empire reached the Euphrates River. Boundary stelae discovered at Carchemish and Nia bear his name alongside lists of tribute: cedar from Lebanon, horses from Mitanni, and lapis from Afghanistan. The diversity of these goods, verified by isotopic analysis, marks Egypt's entry into a global economy stretching across the Near East. The pharaoh's image, once local divinity, had become a geopolitical presence. As the sun set behind Thebes, its last rays struck the peaks above Deir el-Bahri, igniting the stone of Hatshepsut's terraces with a copper glow. In that light, her obelisks at Karnak mirrored the cliffs across the river, twin monuments of ascent and endurance. Egypt, poised between them, stood at the center of the Bronze Age world, a civilization that had turned its river into empire, its god into geometry, and its memory into stone. By 1450 BC, the Egyptian empire stood at its widest extent under Thutmose III, often called the Napoleon of the Nile. Archaeological, textual, and artistic evidence converge to depict an empire of both discipline and devotion, an organism so coordinated that its rhythm can still be reconstructed from the records of its scribes. Inscriptions from Karnak, tablets from Megiddo, and artifacts unearthed across Nubia and the Levant document a political order maintained not merely by force, but by logistics. Egypt's genius in this period was the translation of conquest into system, the transformation of military geography into administrative map. At Karnak, the annals of Thutmose III, carved on walls of the festival hall, record his 17 campaigns in detail. Each column of hieroglyphs reads like a state ledger rather than a chronicle of glory. Lists of cities subdued, quantities of captured grain, numbers of horses and chariots, and inventories of tribute. Archaeological excavations at sites named in these records, Megiddo, Kadesh, Tunip, Byblos, confirm Egyptian presence through scarabs, pottery, and stela fragments bearing royal names. Stratigraphic layers reveal burn marks and rapid reconstruction phases corresponding to the mid-15th century BC, corroborating the campaign's chronology. The empire's northern frontier extended to the Euphrates, a reach confirmed by Egyptian inscriptions found at Carchemish, far beyond the traditional limits of the Nile world. The administration of these territories reveals Egypt's unique approach to imperial rule. Excavated archives from Ogarit, Byblos, and Alalak contain Egyptian loanwords and royal names embedded within local texts, reflecting direct interaction between Egyptian governors and Levantine elites. Rather than impose colonization, Thutmose established a system of vassal states, each city left to its own ruler under the condition of annual tribute and loyalty oaths sealed before Egyptian officials. This form of empire relied on communication. Reliefs at Karnak depict scribes recording offerings as they arrive from foreign delegations: timber from Lebanon, lapis from Afghanistan, copper from Cyprus, and horses from Syria. Egypt's empire was a circulatory system of commodities and correspondence. The wealth generated by this network transformed Thebes into the grandest metropolis of the ancient world. Excavations of the Temple of Karnak reveal expansions unparalleled in scale: obelisks, pylons, hypostyle halls, and avenues lined with sphinxes. Archaeologists have traced at least 6 major construction phases during Thutmose's reign, each corresponding to recorded campaigns. Foundation deposits from these structures contain ingots, scarabs, and miniature vessels inscribed with dedications to Amun-Ra, confirming the synchronization of conquest and cult. Egypt's victories were consecrated in architecture, each pylon a monument to expansion, each column an index of geography. The economic dimension of the empire appears vividly in the archaeological record. At Deir el-Bahri, tomb reliefs of officials such as Rechmiah, vizier under Thutmose III, depict foreign tribute in astonishing detail: elephants from Nubia, monkeys from Punt, and jars filled with resin and oil. Chemical analysis of residue within excavated amphorae confirms these depictions: cedar oil from Lebanon, myrrh from Arabia, bitumen from the Dead Sea. These materials were not luxuries alone. They formed the ritual economy sustaining temples and tombs. The empire had become an ecosystem of sanctity and supply, its administration defined by the flow of both goods and divine favor. Culturally, the New Kingdom entered an era of codification. Art from this period achieves geometric precision balanced by naturalistic grace. The reliefs of Thutmose's reign, preserved at Karnak and Thebes, depict musculature, chariot motion, and gesture with measured vitality. The same spirit animates papyri found in the tomb of Pyama, illustrating scenes of artisans at work, scribes counting tribute, and priests performing purification rites. These are not simply decorative. They are records of the process by which the empire functioned, the choreography of order captured in pigment and stone. Meanwhile, the Valley of the Kings deepened. Tombs such as KV34, belonging to Thutmose III, introduce complex layouts with descending corridors and vaulted burial chambers painted in a continuous scroll of hieroglyphic scripture. The Amduat, or Book of What Is in the Underworld, covers the walls, a theological diagram of time and transformation. The precision of its hieroglyphs mirrors that of the state itself: measured, ordered, eternal. Archaeological analysis of the pigments shows the use of imported minerals: lapis for blue, cinnabar for red, material proof of the empire's reach transmuted into spiritual art. By 1425 BC, Thutmose III's death left behind not chaos but continuity. Administrative archives at Memphis, Thebes, and Jebel Barkal in Nubia show uninterrupted activity: taxation, temple offerings, building projects, all dated according to the same regnal calendar. The empire he forged was self-sustaining. For nearly a century thereafter, Egypt would enjoy prosperity so complete that its kings became architects of peace rather than warriors of expansion. As the sun fell over Thebes, its temples glowed like embers across the river. The air shimmered with the scent of incense. The columns of Karnak caught the last rays like mirrors of gold. Beneath them, scribes continued their eternal labor, counting, recording, inscribing. In their hands, the empire endured not as dominion but as documentation. The power of Egypt no longer resided solely in its armies or its temples, but in its memory, carved, numbered, and everlasting. By 1400 BC, Egypt had entered its era of serene dominion. The reigns of Amenhotep II, Thutmose IV, and Amenhotep III maintained the empire's structure while transforming its spirit. Archaeology from Thebes, Amarna, and the Levant portrays an empire that no longer expanded by conquest, but ruled through prestige, diplomacy, and display. The sword of Thutmose had given way to the scepter of Amenhotep, power now expressed in monument and correspondence rather than campaign. Excavations in Thebes, particularly within the Temple of Luxor and the mortuary temple of Amenhotep III at Kom el Hetan, reveal the culmination of architectural grandeur. The scale of construction during his reign surpassed even the ambitions of his predecessors. Archaeological surveys document over 250 statues of the pharaoh, including the monumental colossi of Memnon, each carved from single quartzite blocks quarried near Cairo and transporting hundreds of kilometers to Thebes. The engineering involved remains staggering. Analysis of tool marks and quarry residues suggests organized labor forces exceeding 10,000 workers. These statues, originally guarding the temple's entrance, served not as portraits but as symbols, the human form of divine harmony. Beneath their colossal stillness lay the pulse of an empire confident in its eternity. At Karnak, the third pylon and associated colonnades testify to Amenhotep III's ambition to unify Egypt's theology under the sun. Foundation deposits unearthed beneath these pylons contain miniature scarabs and inscribed plaques naming the king Nebmata, the dazzling sun of all lands. The religious vocabulary of his reign centered on light. Amun-Ra, the sun in its daily rebirth, embodied both creation and governance. Archaeological evidence from across Egypt shows the diffusion of solar iconography, in jewelry, in tomb paintings, and on the scarabs distributed as royal gifts. Light had become language, radiating from Thebes to the borders of Nubia and Syria. Diplomatic archives illuminate another facet of this equilibrium. Excavations at Amarna, site of a later capital, yielded the Amarna letters, a cache of clay tablets inscribed in Akkadian, the lingua franca of the Bronze Age. These letters, dating partly to Amenhotep III's reign and partly to that of his son Akhenaten, preserve correspondence between Egypt and the great powers of the era, Babylon, Mitanni, Hatti, and Assyria. Archaeological context confirms that these were stored in the royal chancery. Their content reveals a world governed by exchange rather than warfare. Kings addressed one another as brother, traded daughters in marriage, and negotiated shipments of gold, lapis, and horses. Egypt's supremacy was recognized not through conquest, but through consensus. The empire had become a diplomatic geometry, each vertex connected by letter and gift. The wealth of the new kingdom is measurable in the archaeological record. At Malkata, Amenhotep III built a vast palace complex on the western bank of Thebes, its foundations stretching over 30 hectares. Excavations reveal courtyards paved with painted plaster, storerooms filled with amphorae, and a ceremonial lake excavated by royal decree. Wall fragments from the palace, preserved in the Cairo Museum, depict scenes of foreign tribute, Nubians bearing ivory and gold, Syrians offering vessels of silver, and Aegean envoys bringing painted pottery. Chemical analysis of residues within these amphorae identifies olive oil, resin, and wine, commodities of luxury and diplomacy. Egypt's abundance was curated, not hoarded. The palace itself functioned as an exhibition of order. In the Valley of the Kings, tombs from this period reveal an evolution in funerary art. The tomb of Amenhotep II, KV 35, discovered intact with multiple royal burials, displays painted ceilings depicting constellations and solar barks navigating the night sky. Pigment analysis shows the use of imported ultramarine and gold leaf materials obtained through imperial trade. The texts inscribed along the walls, selections from the Book of Gates and the Book of the Dead, articulate a theology of passage, the king's rebirth through light. Archaeology and inscription together demonstrate that eternity, for the Egyptians, was no longer imagined in stone but in radiance. Meanwhile, in Nubia and the Levant, Egypt's presence remained firm. Excavations at Soleb, in modern Sudan, have uncovered a temple built by Amenhotep III, its columns carved with his cartouches surrounded by the names of conquered lands. This temple, constructed from sandstone transporting hundreds of kilometers, served as both shrine and boundary marker. To the north, Egyptian garrisons at Gaza, Jaffa, and Ugarit continued to receive goods and tribute. Administrative tablets recovered from these sites record shipments of grain and textiles destined for Thebes, proof that the empire's arteries remained open and well-maintained. Culturally, this era achieved a refinement unmatched in earlier times. Sculpture softened in contour, reliefs deepened in expression, and literature turned introspective. Hymns from this period, notably the Hymn to the Aten, inscribed slightly later during Akhenaten's early years, derived directly from the solar theology crystallized under Amenhotep III. The boundaries between piety, art, and administration had dissolved. Egypt had become a civilization whose governance was indistinguishable from its aesthetics. By 1380 BC, as Amenhotep III aged, his colossal statues watched over the floodplain like sentinels of a perfected order. Archaeological evidence suggests his final years were marked by ritual rather than rule, festivals of renewal, processions of Amun, and architectural offerings to light. When he died, his mortuary temple already half sunken by the river's slow encroachment, Egypt stood at the zenith of its power. The horizon blazed with gold, but beneath its brilliance, a new tension stirred, a theological introspection that would soon upend the empire's harmony. As dusk descended over Thebes, the reflection of the setting sun lingered upon the faces of the colossi of Memnon. The air was silent save for the river's pulse. Egypt had achieved the geometry of perfection, the empire of the sun. Yet in the stillness of that symmetry, the seeds of revolution waited in the light itself. By 1350 BC, Egypt reached a paradox of perfection, a civilization so refined, so controlled, that its next transformation could arise only from within. The empire of Amenhotep III had united theology, art, and administration into a single radiant order. Yet that very radiance carried instability, for the sun that illuminated all also cast shadows beneath its brilliance. The revolution that followed would not begin with invasion or famine, but with faith. Archaeology, inscription, and architecture converge upon a single, improbable figure, Amenhotep IV, who renamed himself Akhenaten, he who is effective for the Aten. Excavations at Karnak, Amarna, and Thebes document the startling abruptness of his transformation. At Karnak, the remains of the Aten temples, now fragmented blocks reused in later construction, reveal the earliest phase of his reign. Known as the Gempar Aten, the sun disk is found. This open-air complex replaced the enclosed sanctuaries of Amun with courtyards exposed to the sky. Archaeologists have reconstructed thousands of relief fragments, or talatat, small standardized limestone blocks, each bearing scenes of the king, his queen Nefertiti, and their daughters worshipping the solar disk. Unlike earlier hieratic depictions, the figures are elongated, their gestures tender, their setting illuminated by rays ending in hands. Radiocarbon analysis dates the complex to the first 5 years of his reign, confirming that the theological rupture began within Thebes itself, under the very shadow of Amun's temples. The revolution deepened when Akhenaten moved the capital from Thebes to a new site in Middle Egypt, chosen, as he declared, where no god had yet been praised. Archaeological excavation of this city, Akhetaten, modern Amarna, reveals urban planning unprecedented in the ancient world. Stretching over 12 kilometers along the Nile's east bank, the city was built in a single generation. Temples, palaces, workshops, and villas aligned along a royal road that ran from river to desert cliffs. Survey maps, excavation reports, and aerial imagery together show a city designed as ritual theater, every building oriented toward the rising sun. The Great Temple of the Aten, uncovered by modern archaeologists, contained hundreds of offering tables exposed to daylight, its sanctuaries roofless so that worship itself unfolded under heaven's direct gaze. Akhenaten had not abolished the gods, he had rendered creation itself the temple. Inscriptions carved on boundary stelae surrounding Amarna preserve the ideological foundation of this experiment. They speak not of conquest or wealth, but of revelation. Behold Aten, the living sun, whose rays give breath to all lands. The Aten was not represented in human or animal form. It was the physical sun, a god without body or mythology. For the first time in Egyptian history, divinity was defined by abstraction. Archaeological context suggests that the king's theology sought control through universality, a cosmic order transcending priestly mediation. The Amun clergy, whose temples had dominated Egypt's wealth for centuries, were displaced. Their estates were seized and redirected to the cult of Aten. Ostraka from Amarna list deliveries of grain and gold redirected from Theban treasuries. The state had turned inward, reorganized around the person of the king as the sole interpreter of divine light. Art followed faith into revolution. Reliefs from the palace of Akhenaten and the tomb of Merira, chief priest of Aten, exhibit a radical departure from the canonical style of centuries. Figures show the royal family in intimate scenes, eating together, holding children, kissing under the sun's rays. Muscles and faces are rendered with anatomical precision and exaggeration, swollen bellies, elongated skulls, and expressive eyes. Archaeologists have confirmed that these depictions correspond to deliberate stylistic choice rather than genetic abnormality. The art's realism was theological, not biological. The king's form distorted to reflect divine energy, human flesh, illuminated by light itself. Amarna's domestic archaeology adds further texture to the revolution. Excavations of private houses reveal chapels dedicated to Aten alongside small shrines to household gods, Bes, Taweret and Isis, showing that the population adapted rather than conformed. Pottery kilns, bread ovens and workshops testify to vibrant production. Ostraka inscribed with school exercises and hymns show literacy flourishing under new motifs. Among them is the great hymn to the Aten, carved in the tomb of Ai, later pharaoh. Its language merges poetry and physics. When you rise, the lands are bright. You set, and they are in darkness. The hymn stands as humanity's earliest known monotheistic expression, yet archaeological distribution suggests it circulated mainly among the elite. The revolution, though cosmic in rhetoric, remained socially narrow. Meanwhile, Egypt's external world persisted. Excavations at Byblos, Ugarit, and Cyprus show continuity in trade during Akhenaten's early reign. Egyptian scarabs and amulets appear alongside imported pottery and timber. Yet the diplomatic correspondence discovered at Amarna, the Amarna letters, records growing unrest among Egypt's vassal states in Canaan and Syria. Local rulers, writing in cuneiform Akkadian, plead for aid against rebellious neighbors and encroaching Hittites. Why does the king not send archers? All the lands fall away. Archaeological strata in these regions confirm turmoil, burned layers, shifting settlements, and displaced populations dated to the mid-14th century BC. While Akhenaten built theology in the desert, the periphery of the empire trembled. By the 12th year of his reign, Amarna glowed with monumental energy. Excavations of its main avenue, the Royal Road, reveal tire ruts and paving stones worn by chariot wheels, their spacing consistent with processional routes described in inscriptions. The city's population, estimated by archaeologists at 30,000, included artists, scribes, foreign envoys, and laborers. Yet the scale of its construction exceeded sustainability. Radiocarbon and faunal data from refuse pits suggest food shortages near the city's end. In its very intensity, the revolution consumed itself. As evening fell over Akhetaten, the cliffs behind the city burned red with reflected light. The Aten sank beyond the horizon, and for the first time in centuries, Egypt's gods, banished yet enduring, waited in the shadow. The empire of the sun had turned inward, and in the perfection of its vision, it had begun to fade. By 1340 BC, the experiment of Akhetaten had reached its apogee and its breaking point. Archaeology and text together document the paradox of a civilization illuminated by divine singularity, yet darkened by political neglect. Within the sunlit courtyards of Amarna, art, music, and ritual flourished. Beyond its walls, the empire began to fracture. The letters found in the royal archives, the Amarna tablets, over 380 in number, preserve the voices of vassal kings from Canaan, Syria, and Cyprus pleading for assistance. Excavated in situ among the remains of the palace's record office, these clay tablets form a record of fading imperial presence. The lands fall away, one ruler of Byblos laments, for the archers do not come. Archaeological evidence in the Levant confirms their anxiety. Destruction layers at Beit Shean, Lachish, and Megiddo, dated by radiocarbon to the mid-14th century BC, reveal abandoned fortifications and burned granaries. Egypt's authority, long maintained by diplomacy and tribute, was dissolving through inertia. Amarna's own archaeology reflects this contradiction. Excavations of the North Palace and Great Aten Temple reveal evidence of rapid expansion followed by sudden cessation. Foundation trenches remain unfilled, column bases terminate abruptly. In several residential quarters, unfinished plaster reliefs freeze scenes of daily life mid-carving, servants offering fruit, scribes bending over tablets. Stratigraphic analysis shows that construction stopped within 2 decades, its rhythm broken by a cause invisible in the soil but clear in the archives: withdrawal of state attention. The Aten city, conceived as eternal sunrise, had begun its dusk while still glowing with beauty. The social consequences of Akhenaten's reforms appear starkly in the South Tombs Cemetery, where osteological studies reveal malnutrition and labor stress among commoners. Many skeletons display signs of repetitive strain injuries, compressed vertebrae, and arrested growth, indicating both intense work and inadequate diet. Carbon isotope analysis shows reliance on C4 plants, millet and sorghum, atypical of earlier Egyptian diets, suggesting local shortages and substitution for Nile grain. The empire's wealth, concentrated in temple offerings and royal estates, failed to trickle down. Archaeology reveals the reality beneath theology. The sunlight of Aten shone brightest upon the elite. Politically, Akhenaten's isolation proved catastrophic. The Amarna correspondence records no response to the appeals of Egypt's allies. Excavations at Kadesh, Katna, and Carchemish reveal increasing Hittite influence during this period, attested by seal impressions bearing the cartouches of King Suppiluliuma I and his successors. Egypt's northern frontier, once held by Thutmose III's descendants, receded behind the deserts of Sinai. Trade continued, but as parity rather than dominance. The Bronze Age's geopolitical balance had shifted. Within Egypt, opposition gathered quietly. At Thebes, though Ammon's temples had been closed and his name erased from inscriptions, archaeology reveals clandestine devotion. Graffiti in workers' villages, scratched onto limestone chips, invoke Ammon's name beside that of Aten, a cautious duality of belief. Tombs constructed during this period in western Thebes often include solar imagery side by side with traditional deities, suggesting pragmatic syncretism among the populace. The revolution had been theological at the top, but at the base, faith endured in multiplicity. As Akhenaten aged, he withdrew further into devotion. Reliefs from the later years of Amarna, reconstructed from fragments of the royal tomb, show him in scenes of mourning, lamenting the death of his daughter Mekhetaten beneath the rays of Aten. The imagery is intimate yet melancholy, the royal couple kneeling, the son's hands extended in futile comfort. Archaeological context suggests these tomb scenes were never completed. Pigment traces halt mid-outline, indicating interruption. Radiocarbon analysis of nearby organic remains confirms abandonment within a few years. The royal necropolis itself was left unfinished, the city's life expectancy shorter than a single reign. The succession after Akhenaten remains archaeologically elusive, yet profoundly revealing. Inscriptions from Amarna mention a co-regent, Smenkhkare, whose brief existence survives only through a handful of scarabs and tomb fragments. His identity, whether male or female, remains debated, but stratigraphic continuity in the site's final layers suggests no violent upheaval. More tangible is the evidence of restoration under Tutankhaten, soon renamed Tutankhamun. Archaeological context from both Amarna and Thebes confirms a deliberate migration: workshops dismantled, statues of Aten defaced, and new construction begun at Memphis and Thebes. The return to orthodoxy was enacted through logistics. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, left an indelible archaeological imprint. His intact tomb, KV-62, discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, provides a frozen tableau of New Kingdom life and belief. Every object, the gilded shrines, chariots, papyri, and food containers, bears witness to a restored theology in transition. Among the texts inscribed on his canopic coffers is the declaration: he made monuments for the gods of the south and north. Excavations at Karnak and Luxor corroborate this claim. Fragments of statues and stelae show the restoration of Ammon's cult and the erasure of Aten's name. The pendulum of faith had swung back, but the impression of Amarna's light lingered in the art's softened contours and human warmth. Beyond Egypt, archaeology traces the empire's reawakening under military supervision. Fortresses in Nubia were reoccupied. Administrative papyri from Soleb and Sesabai record grain deliveries once again flowing north. Yet the geopolitical world Egypt re-entered was altered. The Hittites dominated Anatolia, the Mitanni had faded, new powers, Assyria and Mycenae, began to stir. The Bronze Age system that Egypt had once balanced now wavered under its own complexity. When Akhenaten died, his capital was abandoned to wind and sand. Excavations show houses left with pottery still in place, skeletons of animals in stalls, bread ovens cooled mid-bake, an exodus sudden yet unhurried. Within decades, the desert reclaimed the stones, their inscriptions shattered and reused in later temples. But the idea had already entered history, that divinity could be singular, that light could be law. Egypt would never again be wholly the same. As the sun set beyond the cliffs of Amarna, its final rays traced the empty avenue where priests once sang to Aten. The ruins glowed briefly, then darkened into silence. Civilization, like the sun itself, had discovered that brilliance is only half of endurance. By 1330 BC, the house of the Aten had fallen, and Egypt turned its face once more toward the gods of its ancestors. Yet the Amarna interlude had altered the spiritual and political DNA of the nation. Archaeology from Thebes, Memphis, and the Delta reveals that the restoration which followed was not a return but a reform, a deliberate synthesis of the old and the new. Under the young Tutankhamun, guided by powerful advisors Ay and Horemheb, Egypt reconstructed both its temples and its conscience. The era's surviving inscriptions and artifacts record an empire reassembling itself from fragments of faith and administration. At Karnak, excavations of the late 18th dynasty strata reveal large-scale reconstruction. Blocks from dismantled Aten temples, identifiable by reused talatat with fragments of sun-disk reliefs, were repurposed as filler within pylons and walls. Radiocarbon data and masonry analysis confirm that these restorations occurred rapidly within a single decade of Amarna's abandonment. The process symbolized reversal through reuse, Egypt rebuilding its old gods out of the stones of heresy. Stelae from this period proclaim the restoration of the monuments of the gods, a policy reflected archaeologically in renewed temple endowments and fresh workshops producing statues of Ammon, Ptah, and Osiris. The political reorientation mirrored the architecture. The restoration stele of Tutankhamun, discovered at Karnak, declares that the temples had fallen into neglect and that the king made them as new. This text, written in formal Middle Egyptian, marks a return to classical style after the linguistic innovations of Amarna. Archaeologists have found accompanying evidence of administrative continuity. Ceilings bearing Tutankhamun's name in storehouses at Thebes and Memphis attest to active bureaucracy. The state had survived its theological revolution with its instruments intact, yet Egypt's empire abroad no longer stood unchallenged. The Amarna letters end abruptly, their later replacements record a changed world. Excavations in Syria and Palestine indicate that Egypt's former client states were now contested by the Hittites, whose inscriptions at Kadesh and Aleppo describe campaigns into territories once loyal to the pharaoh. Egyptian garrisons at sites like Beit Shean and Gaza remained active, but archaeological deposits show reduced Egyptian imports and a shift toward local autonomy. The empire that Thutmose and Amenhotep had forged was now a shadow of correspondence. Within Egypt, however, wealth and craftsmanship persisted. Tutankhamun's tomb, sealed in the Valley of the Kings, provides unparalleled archaeological testimony. Every object, from the nested coffins to the chariots and linen garments, embodies the material vocabulary of the empire in recovery. Analysis of his funerary goods reveals a blend of styles: the delicate realism of Amarna fused with the traditional symmetry of earlier art. The throne's backrest, depicting the young king and queen beneath the Arton's rays, illustrates this hybridity, theology transmuted into iconography, faith recast as ornament. Even in restoration, the aesthetic memory of Akhenaten endured. After Tutankhamun's death around 1323 BC, the throne passed briefly to Ai, whose reign is preserved archaeologically in modest temples and inscriptions near Amarna and Thebes. His successor, Horemheb, a military commander, undertook systematic restoration of order. Excavations at Karnak and Memphis show massive administrative reform, new records of taxation, reorganization of the priesthood, and legal decrees inscribed on surviving monuments. The Great Edict of Horemheb, carved on a stela found at Karnak, condemns corruption among officials and orders standardized weights and measures, evidence that the state sought to recalibrate its moral and economic foundations. The text's precision mirrors its intent. Egypt's recovery was bureaucratic before it was spiritual. In art and architecture, this consolidation assumed monumental form. At Luxor, Horemheb added new colonnades decorated with reliefs of military triumph and offering scenes to Amun-Ra. Archaeologists identify reused Amarna stone within these constructions, the visual erasure of heresy turned into physical continuity. By transforming the materials of revolution into monuments of tradition, Egypt reconciled its trauma without disowning it. Beyond its borders, the imperial landscape continued to shift. The Hittite Empire dominated Anatolia, Mitanni collapsed, and new maritime powers emerged in the Aegean, precursors to the sea peoples who would later define the age's end. Archaeological parallels across the eastern Mediterranean, Mycenaean pottery in Egypt, Egyptian faience in Cyprus, and imported Cypriot copper at Memphis signal a network still vibrant but unstable. The world that had sustained the great Bronze Age economies was now a lattice under strain, stretched by overproduction, migration, and drought. Egypt, though internally stable, stood within a system nearing entropy. By 1300 BC, under the reign of Seti I and later Ramesses II, the empire would surge again, outward and magnificent, but its grandeur would rest on the fragile foundations restored in these decades. The archaeology of this interlude, the temples repaired, the tombs reopened, the hymns rewritten, marks the hinge of Egyptian history, between theology and empire, between Amarna's sunlight and Ramesses' thunder. As twilight fell over Thebes, the stone faces of Amun and Aten, one revived, one erased, shared the same horizon. The Nile moved on, indifferent to doctrine, its waters reflecting both the old god's endurance and the brief brilliance of the heretic's sun. Egypt had survived itself once more, steadying its rhythm as the rest of the Bronze Age began to fracture. By 1300 BC, Egypt once again radiated confidence, but it was the confidence of an empire built on memory rather than innovation. The Amarna heresy was buried beneath new pylons, its name chiseled out, yet its shadow stretched quietly through the arts, the administration, and the faith of a people who had seen their gods overthrown and restored within a single generation. The reigns of Seti I and his son Ramesses II marked the grand resurgence of the New Kingdom. A final flowering before the Bronze Age world began its slow and irreversible collapse. Archaeological evidence from Thebes, Memphis, Ramesses, and the Levant preserves both triumph and foreboding, the last brilliance of the ancient order before the long twilight of history. The reign of Seti I c. 1290–1279 BC redefined restoration as spectacle. Excavations at Abydos reveal his great temple dedicated to Osiris, where the walls are carved with some of the finest reliefs ever produced in Egypt. Each line of hieroglyphic inscription is cut to the depth of a single grain of sand, each figure modeled with anatomical precision and serenity. Archaeological stratigraphy confirms that the temple was built over the ruins of earlier sanctuaries destroyed during the Amarna neglect, symbolically rebuilding faith upon its ruins. Inscriptions within the temple list every king of Egypt since the dawn of unification, a deliberate act of historical curation known as the Abydos King List. Seti's piety was also policy. By engraving Egypt's lineage in stone, he made memory itself an institution. The same spirit extended northward to Karnak and Luxor, where Seti restored processional routes and rebuilt pylons abandoned during the late 18th dynasty. Archaeological excavation of foundation deposits from these sites reveals small figurines of copper, alabaster vessels, and plaques inscribed, "Beloved of Ammon." His reign marks the full reconciliation between the throne and the temple. The wealth of Karnak, measured through thousands of inscribed ostraka and storage ceilings, indicates that Ammon's priesthood once again managed vast estates, a theological empire within the empire. Egypt's old equilibrium had returned, but with it, the dual dependence between crown and clergy that would later strain the state. The ambitions of Seti's son, Ramesses II, are 1279–1213 BC, transformed restoration into monumentality. Excavations at Pi-Ramesses, his northern capital in the delta, reveal a metropolis of colossal scale, palaces, stables for thousands of horses, vast granaries, and bronze workshops. Ceramic typologies and imported Mycenaean pottery confirm the city's integration into the trade networks of the late Bronze Age. This was no mere royal residence. It was a command center linking Egypt to the world's last great international system. It was from Pi-Ramesses that Ramesses II launched his celebrated campaign against the Hittites, culminating in the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC. Archaeological evidence from the Orontes Valley, chariot parts, arrowheads, and fortification remnants aligns with Egyptian and Hittite records describing the largest chariot battle in history. The Kadesh inscriptions, carved on temple walls at Luxor, Karnak, and Abu Simbel, provide the most detailed military narrative of the ancient world. 21 divisions, thousands of horses, and the pharaoh depicted standing alone before chaos, upheld by Ammon's hand. Though the outcome was a stalemate, archaeology attests to its significance. Shortly afterward, the world's first known peace treaty was signed, copies of which survive in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Hittite cuneiform. The Empire of the Sword had matured into the Empire of Negotiation. Ramesses II's building program remains archaeologically overwhelming. His temples at Abu Simbel, carved directly into Nubian sandstone cliffs, align with the rising sun twice yearly, illuminating the inner sanctuary where statues of the gods and the king himself receive light. Survey and laser mapping confirm this alignment's astronomical precision. The temple's scale embodied the pharaoh's theology, human effort measured against celestial permanence. At Ramesseum in Thebes, his mortuary temple once housed colossal seated statues, fragments of which still lie amid the sands, each toe longer than a man. Inscriptions along the pylons record offerings to Ammon, Ra, and Ptah, the triad of Egypt's cosmic order restored. Yet beneath this grandeur, cracks had begun to form in the wider world. Archaeological evidence from the eastern Mediterranean reveals drought, migration, and the breakdown of trade around 1200 BC. Pollen samples from cores taken in the Nile Delta and the Levant show abrupt climate shifts. Hittite archives cease abruptly. Cities like Ugarit and Alalak vanish beneath ash. Egyptian inscriptions from the reign of Ramesses III, preserved at Medinet Habu, describe invasions by the Sea Peoples, confederations of displaced tribes and warriors sweeping across the coasts. Excavated weapon hoards, mass grave and destruction layers across the region mark this collapse, the systemic implosion of the Bronze Age network that had sustained Egypt's empire. Egypt endured but changed. The late Ramesside period, documented archaeologically in papyri from Deir el-Medina and tomb robberies recorded in legal archives, reveals internal strain, economic shortages, labor strikes, and corruption among officials. The civilization that once measured eternity in stone now measured its crises in ink. Yet even amid decline, the cultural continuity persisted. The temples remained, the scribes wrote, and the Nile still rose. As the 13th century BC ended, Egypt stood surrounded by silence, the once connected world of Mitanni, Hatti, and Mycenae reduced to ruins. The monuments of Thebes and Abu Simbel glowed in the desert light, immense and solitary, guardians of a vanished age. Archaeology preserves their endurance not as nostalgia, but as evidence, the final phase of a civilization that had learned to outlast its own revolutions. At sunset, the rays of the dying sun struck the colossal faces of Abu Simbel, lighting them with brief, fiery brilliance before sinking behind the cliffs. For a moment, the stone seemed alive again, a final reflection of the empire of the sun, now entering its long night. Egypt would survive, but the Bronze Age world to which it had belonged was gone.